So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished academician Schlaus, dear Ivo, distinguished Mr. Paolo Cottaramusino, dear Paolo, Your Excellencies, dear guests. It is my honor and pleasure to greet you on the third Security, Science and Peace Conference, a conference organized by Pugwash Croatia, a branch of Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs, and the World Academy of Art and Science. The conference aims to connect security issues and science, both STEM and social sciences and humanities, as well as discuss the economic, social, political, and cultural aspect of peace building and peacekeeping, and building bridges towards a future of sustainable peace and development. Today, we will focus on several aspects of security, starting with sustainable peace and human security, the role of Europe in global multipolarity, the changing new world order and emerging economies and superpowers, and nuclear security and science diplomacy. The conference is held under the high patronage of the President of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Zoran Milanovic, the third year in a row. But before we start with the opening remarks from the heads of Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs, Mr. Paolo Cottaramusino, and the World Academy of Art and Science, Mr. Gary Jacobs, I would like to share a few introductory thoughts on this topic. Sustainable peace is built in two ways. The first one is external, related to societies, nation states, and organizations, on which we will mostly focus today. On the individual level, that means being active and constructive as a citizen in our environment, tolerant and cultured, using dialogue and diplomacy for solving conflicts, but also healing as existing consequences of crisis. The second way to build sustainable peace is internal. It comes from the inside. It is related specifically to the individual, each one of us, by introspection, self-transformation, and by healing ourselves. We will talk today mostly about external types of creating a secure and peaceful world, but I will say a bit more about the second one, the internal one. As we know, the contemporary world is facing major challenges: armed conflicts, economic inequality, social injustice, insecurity, depression, and anxiety about the future. And although science and technology make significant breakthroughs, the cultural and spiritual decline is happening in parallel with it. The chaotic everyday life of an individual is a mirror of what happens inside of them and mirrors back what the society offers to the individual. Creating chaos became a business, and traumatized individuals cannot create or help build a healthy society. The negative content that we see every day in the media, on the internet, on social media, only strengthen our sense of insecurity, anxiety, and hopelessness. On the other hand, the ideals of truth, beauty, harmony, freedom, inner strength, and particularly compassion can transform and lead the world, the societies and individuals, to peace and prosperity, and are needed now more than ever. The ideals of empathy, caring, gentleness, listening, sharing positive emotions, optimism are the pillars on which our everyday lives and all our activities should be built. We need a society of cooperation, not competitiveness. We need to focus on what unites us, not on what divides us. We need more understanding, less judging. We need more listening, less talking. We need more dialogue, less debating. We need values that are universal, deep, and transcending the superficial consumerism and violent behavior. We need a new generation of leaders that will stand on the cornerstones of what Einstein and Russell wrote in the Russell-Einstein Manifesto, where the only thing we should remember is our humanity. But not only them. Hundreds of philosophers, intellectuals, human rights activists, spiritual leaders, scientists, writers, poets, academics, idealists. We need to transform the world by transforming ourselves. Knowing oneself is the hardest task of all. All conflicts that arise in the world outside are a projection of unhealed traumas of individuals and groups, the lack of emotional intelligence and sensitivity. We need to start teaching empathy, healthy channeling of emotions, teaching emotional intelligence and introspection, healthy self-criticism and self-observance. Some countries already have it in their educational systems. Some are developing it. Some are still not recognizing it. The one thing that we always like to mention when it comes to Europe is our leadership in soft skills, the way we deliberate on issues with more or less success. But the culture of dialogue, the culture of discussions and critical thinking bring us to the point of operating our society slowly but consistently. My key message would be what is written on the Temple of Delphi, know thyself, because the change starts with us. When we do what Carl Gustav Jung calls the shadow work, working on the transformation of the dark side of human nature by strengthening the opposite, we can transform not only our flaws into virtues, our weaknesses into strengths, but also transform our environment. The deeper we dig into ourselves, the more connected we feel to nature, to the humanity, to ourselves and our purpose in this world. When we know our purpose, we can become transformative leaders that will make significant steps to reaching sustainable peace. As Mahatma Gandhi says, we must be the change we want to see in this world. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Paolo Cotta-Ramusino, Secretary General of Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs and Fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science, to present what the International Pugwash is currently doing to ensure peace and human security.
Okay, good morning to everybody. I am happy to be here with you, but I am not happy about the situation. The situation worldwide is very dangerous. We are living in an unseen before crisis of antagonism. We are in a situation where we have wars, small wars, they became larger wars that are getting more and more relevant. We had thousands of people killed, especially in the Middle East and in Ukraine. And we have to understand what to do now. And it's very difficult task. So I'm not optimistic at the time being. I am worried about what can happen out of this situation. First of all, we have conflicts. We have conflicts in Ukraine. We have conflicts in the Middle East. And possibly some conflicts are arising in South Asia and in the Korean Peninsula, and of course also concerning Taiwan. We have the situation in the Middle East started with being a bilateral problem between Israel and Hamas, and then it's becoming a larger conflict involving Iran, possibly indirectly Iran. Then we are having a problem with Oman, with Yemen, and Houthi, and so on. The biggest country of the world, I mean, the United States and Russia, on the opposite side, and they are not playing altogether a positive role in order to avoid that the spread of conflicts goes on. The motivation of conflicts is very complicated. I mean, I'm not denying that there is a big problem, of course, especially if you look at the Middle East. But then we can, there are two different answers that we can say, where we don't do anything unless we solve all the problems. Or you can say, well, let's start with some ceasefire, stop the war or the conflicts that they are now, and try to discuss what are the next steps that we can do in order to avoid that the situation becomes intractable. I mean, when we talk about nuclear risks, with global risk, we include nuclear risk. Since the countries which have been involved in this critical situation are countries that possess nuclear weapons. We're talking about United States, we're talking about Russia, we're talking about Israel, we're talking about, on the other side, China, and like, with respect to Taiwan. We're talking about the Korean Peninsula and so on. So we see that the countries that possess nuclear weapons are involved in this climate of conflict, which is growing and in a dangerous way. So I would like to say that we have to think about the present situation in terms of proposing a ceasefire all over. Ceasefire may be not satisfactory solution for many, but it is a necessary step in order to avoid that the situation becomes intractable. So we need to have a quick and rapid ceasefire both in Ukraine, in the Middle East, in Israel and Palestine. We have to recognize the rights of the people like Palestinians that have been in fact killed in an outstanding number of people. We had in Gaza something like 22,000 people killed, of which the majority are civilians. And we have an inordinate, outstanding number of children and women which have been killed. Life in Gaza is becoming impossible. Houses have been destroyed. So we are in a situation that we will need a universal and collective effort in order to restore a livable situation. I think that we have to um, take all the possible initiative in order to facilitate negotiation and dialogue among the hostile, reciprocal hostile parties. We need to have Israeli and Palestinian to discuss what to do. We need to have a situation where the, the Gaza buildings will be restored. We have to have access of the population of Gaza to medical care, to food, water, and so on. And we need to reconstruct the situation there in order to be possible to live there. And that's not easy. We are not in a good situation. When we talk about nuclear dangers, as I've said before, we're talking about the possibility, the fact that countries that possess nuclear weapons are directly involved, and Israel is one of them, and Russia is one of them, and the United States is one of them. We are now witnessing also, especially, I would say in Russia, there are some people, persons, they are not officials, but they are saying maybe that they should use nuclear weapons, more nuclear weapons in order to give a signal to the opposite party. That's something that would be very, very dangerous. And in a sense, it is the time passed by since 1962, where there was a Cuban Missile Crisis. And we are, I would say, a situation of crisis which is the biggest one after the Cuban Missile Crisis. So we have to be very careful. The international community, especially countries like yours, which are in fact out of the conflict and out of the controversial episodes which are happening around, you should do the best you can in order to facilitate coming back to a not a peaceful, at least a moderate situation, and reduce the risk that are the global risks that are involved in this conflict. The situation in Ukraine is, of course, very dangerous. It's not been something that the war in Ukraine start out of nothing. Before the present and the beginning of the war, explicit war in 2022, between 2014 and 2022, we had something like 15,000, 14,000, 15,000 civilians, people killed. in Ukraine. We have a problem of languages which are different from this part of Ukraine and west part of Ukraine. This is not to justify any military action, to understand that we have to deal with these difficult issues if we want to bring back the situation to a peaceful one. In the Middle East, of course, the attack by Hamas on, on October 7th has been, of course, dangerous and criminal activity. 1,200 people, Israelis, have been killed, and then we have still 200 or something hostages held by Hamas. But this is not the motivation. There's been not is not a right motivation to have this huge number of civilian people killed in Gaza. And the fact that all the countries, the Gaza buildings and the Gaza houses have been destroyed. So Palestinians there will not be able to live in the present situation. Um, we have to go back to the idea that in Israel and in that region, we have Israel on one side and the Palestinian state on the other side, and we should go back to a reciprocal respect of the differences between the two states, former states. And I think that if we go on with this war as it is now, there is a danger which is growing of extending the war to the whole Middle East. Already we know that Iran is part of the conflict indirectly through the Houthis, and we know that Lebanon will be included into the war situation now. We know that Israel is very determined to keep going with the war that is happened with lots of other countries, including indirectly Lebanon, and we're talking now about Iran and Houthis. So we have to make a stop to this dangerous situation, and we have to avoid taking position based on ideological, political, general political position and go back to something which is very simple. Stop the war before they become too big and too uncontrollable. I think that the long will be a long path. It's not something that will be easy, that we have to understand that keep the war going is no motivation. There's no motivation from the general political sense. The situation should be dealt with the different attitude by all countries involved. And I think that that's it. Let me only say that in this situation, the we have not seen such a critical situation in the world since a long time. I was mentioning before the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. But the difference between the Cuban Missile Crisis was first, the crisis lasted only 13 days or something like this at the top. We had political leaders, Khrushchev and Kennedy, that were very, very concerned about extending the war. And we did not have the political pressure of the public opinion. Public opinion now is not playing necessarily a positive role. In fact, it's not playing a positive role at all. There are political pressure, political pressure to keep the conflicts going. And this is something which is intrinsically very dangerous. We need to do something on the opposite direction and press to the idea that conflicts can be very, very dangerous. And we are ready, as Pope is saying, we are getting ready to a global war, which is very, very problematic. Let me end by saying that when we talk about conflicts, We are not talking about a specific conflict, but we are talking about the possibility that this conflict extend. We have seen that extension in the Middle East. We are still worried about the situation in China and Taiwan. We have the participation of conflicts directly from the North Korea. We have conflicts between North and South Korea. The conflicts can be extended. We have a trend which is not at all reassuring, and we need to be altogether clear that this dangerous situation can lead us to a larger global war. That's something that we should avoid. And I hope that the countries like yours and others will play a role in order to stop the antagonism and try to push globally for a moderate situation which will be necessary in order to avoid serious, dangerous risks. I stop here and I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cotoramosino. It is obvious that we need to act now. Academician Ivo Schlaus, who is also with us online, recently published an anti-war manifesto here in Croatia. We hope that we can have also some type of document also in Europe and worldwide. So Ivo Schlaus is the honorary president of the World Academy of Art and Science and member of the International Pugwash Council. So we will hear more about this in his closing remarks, but the situation is definitely dangerous, and that is why we also do these conferences and discuss and try to find solutions. Thank you very much. Paolo, please stay with us. Now we will hear the video message that was sent to us by Mr. Gary Jacobs, President of the World Academy of Art and Science, on how to ensure human security. You all got the principles and purposes for human security campaign in conflict and crisis situation. And the document is constructed in 17 bullets on how to ensure human security, and we will send it also to all registered participants. So we will hear now the video message of Mr. Gary Jacobs.
I'm Gary Jacobs, President of the World Academy of Art and Science. And I'm extremely pleased to be able to contribute to this important conference organized by Pugwash, Croatia, and the World Academy on how to reach peace and sustainable human security in these very uncertain times. And I'd like to start my remarks by reference to the extraordinary achievements that took place in a very short time at the end of the Cold War, which were indeed heady times. We saw the sudden end of superpower rivalries, the end of the NATO-Warsaw Pact confrontation, reunification of Germany within a year, the dissolution of superpower rivalries, the vast reduction in military spending by about 1/3 within a few years, the vast reduction in nuclear arms that resulting of the nuclear arms negotiations and the new treaties that led to a more than 75% reduction in nuclear weapons, the rapid spread of freedom and democratization to former Soviet satellites, economic gains from economic reform and integration with the global economy, the birth, development, and expansion of the European Union, which arguably is the most important event in global events in the last 75 years, the opening of world trade with the founding of the World Trade Organization, the activation of UN diplomacy and growth in the effectiveness of multilateralism, the birth and spread of the Internet, which has connected us all over the world, the UN adoption of the Millennium Development Goals in 2000, and then even more significantly, when 193 countries came together in 2015 and adopted the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which we're in process of striving to achieve today. And we can also mention the rapid developments and rise of the importance of China and India and Brazil and other developing countries in global affairs. Today, the world is characterized by arising threats that are due to violence, increasing violence all over the world. And in these times, I don't have to mention it, because it's there in the headlines to remind us every day of the violence, the loss of life, the suffering, and the prospects of an ever-increasing violence around the world, multiplying and spreading to regions around the world. And of course, the threat of climate change, arguably the greatest threat that humanity and life on Earth has ever faced. And yet we've proved incapable of responding coherently, cohesively, in a coordinated fashion at the level required to address the climate threat. And to add to all of that, the uncertainty and impact of very rapid technological advances, especially, of course, in artificial intelligence, and the anxiety and uncertainty that's been raised about the future of work, the future of our jobs, even the future of our role as the leading species on the planet. And following that, the impact that AI may have, the misuse of AI may have on our political systems, our elections, our news coverage, the polarization of views in the society by the spread of fake news artificially manufactured by AI. At the same time, the failure to stop the Russian aggression in Ukraine, failure to resolve the Middle Eastern problem once and for all, or even now that it is broken out again, the rising confrontation between China and the West, the spread of popularization and polarization in politics around the world, which is dividing societies, is encouraging extremism, encouraging ill will and opposition, intense opposition, tensions within societies, the rising economic inequalities, social unrest, large-scale migration, and the formation of new blocs of undemocratic countries coming together to protect themselves against the trend of progress in the world. What I have spoken to up until now is what we're all familiar. This is the context from which we must start. And here, in this conference, we're looking for solutions which indeed seem to be missing. We're looking for effective leadership to come up with the answers and the right actions that we need to successfully address these multidimensional challenges. And we don't find that leadership at all. We don't find the answers. We don't find the solutions. And we're faced with the prospect now that it looks extremely difficult for us to achieve the remarkable goals set for the 17 SDGs in 2015. And not only national governments, but even our multilateral agencies are beginning to concede that there's very unlikely that we will do it, that we will achieve them. And of course, most especially, the climate goal, where we see we're falling further and further behind, and the last year is the hottest year on record, and this one is most likely going to be even hotter than that. The greatest threat humanity has ever faced at the same time. The solution to these things, we need a new concept of security to replace the competitive, nationalist, military concept of security that's been ruling the world for centuries and has reached its peak during the Cold War and has come back now and is giving us the same kind of increased militarization, increased military spending, increased conflict and violence in the world at the same time that it's giving us increased levels of insecurity for people all over the world at all levels of society, from the poorest who are looking for jobs to the wealthiest who wonder what's going to happen to the economy in the future. We need a new paradigm of security. And that's why we've included in the title here, human security. The World Academy of Art and Science has been collaborating with the United Nations for the last year and a half on what we call a global campaign on human security. Human security was a concept first put forth by UNDP for the United Nations in 1994 in a report on world development, in which they identified 7 key areas critical to the security of each and every person on Earth. Access to food, health, environmental security, individual security, safety of our lives, our personal, community security, peace and harmony in our environments, political security, economic security. And indeed today, in all these 7 dimensions, we are not only lacking security, but insecurity is rising for one or more of these dimensions for just about everybody on Earth. And we should also include an 8th dimension, technology, because though technology has been a tremendous boon and aid for our progress, it's also been and is looking to be a greater and increasing source of insecurity. We don't know how it's going to affect our futures and how it's going to affect each and every one of us. We need a new concept of security that puts people first. We need a new concept of security that focuses on these 6, 7, 8 areas and ensures the stability, the certainty, the confidence that we need so that people all over the world can live in harmony and peace and not break out in protests or not leave their native places and migrate penniless overseas or over long land treks to try to find safer, better places for them to live in future. We need human security to redirect our policies and resources, all types of resources, to maximize benefit to all human beings on Earth. We need to reform the multilateral system in order not just to respond to the priorities and special interests and power structures of individual member countries, but to really be an organization that represents we the people in the world, as it says in the UN Charter, not just the self-interest and competitive urges of nation states. These are big changes. These are not changes that are going to happen overnight. We have to move in that direction. If we're looking for quick fixes and fast solutions, we're likely to be disappointed. At the same time, we'd be very misguided if we lose faith in our capacity to tackle these problems as we have in the past. Indeed, in spite of the sudden, rapid decline in our sense of security, the overall progress of humanity over the last 3 decades, and of course the last 7 decades, has been unprecedented in history. And human progress has never been a straight line. It's never been a rising curve that only goes in one direction. Every important breakthrough in the life of humanity has been a matching zigzag pattern of 2 steps forward and 1 back. Why? Because when we step forward, it's the progressive side of humanity that is most ready and eager and leads the way. And the more we lead the way, the greater the tension it creates with those who feel left behind or are frightened of the future or are afraid of losing their vested interest and their privileges that they have from an earlier, more traditional way of life. So this is not a surprise that we had this sudden reversion. When the tensions come up of new opportunities, like the possibilities of AI, the positive possibilities that it can offer to us, at the same time it raises anxieties for those who see a negative side or are concerned about losing their jobs, for instance. And this has happened throughout history. Every time there was a great step forward or a great technological advance, there were people who were frightened of it. They felt it was the end of the world for them. And that releases insecurity, protest, resistance, social unrest. We've been through it before. The only difference today is it's a phenomenon at the global level. Because indeed, today we are more and more a single global society, no longer compartmentalized and isolated from one another. So what happens in the USA may not affect what happens in Russia or in China or in India or in Latin America or anywhere else in the world. Our solutions have to start with the foundations. We're going to have to start with the way we need to change in our thinking. And that's what I meant by a new paradigm in security. But the change in thinking we need has to go far wider than just changing one concept. We need to stop dividing reality and people and places and things and subjects and activities into compartments, isolated, airtight compartments in which we pretend that they're all unrelated to each other and everything can be done separately. As Buckminster Fuller once signed, the academic silos that divide knowledge into 1,000 different pieces is the source of the ignorance that we have today. because life is not divided into thousands of pieces. Life is an integrated whole, and every aspect and every dimension is linked to every other dimension. And the problems we face today are very largely because the thinking on which our knowledge is based, on which our policies are based, on which our attempts at security are based, are all compartmentalized and fragmented. Do we really think in a world today that any country can feel secure by protecting itself and fortifying itself against everything that comes from outside? It's simply not possible any more than any country can be secure from climate change by what it does internally. It can only be done in concert, in cooperation with one another. And that requires fundamental change in our education system all over the world, at all levels, in every fields of activity, to begin to look more holistically at our life together, our life of human beings on Earth, as one integrated whole. We're all in this together. We all thrive, or don't, by finding the solutions, the harmonious solutions for us all to work together. We need also, of course, vast improvements in global rule of law and a shift from the idea of laws that nation states can stand up and violate it with abandon without fear of enforcement. We need to put the weight of humanity, the voice of humanity behind laws that will stand for everybody. We need to live by the universal human values which were first projected in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, and for the first time in history were enshrined in really concrete goals and activities in the 17 SDGs in 2015, an unprecedented development. And even if we are far behind, even if we don't meet those goals by 2030, we're going in the right direction by striving to do so. And there's more recent evidence, especially reports that just out by the Force for Good, which show that we still can reach the 17 goals of Agenda 2030 by 2030, or maybe even sooner, if we simply make the other changes we need, mobilize our resources, mobilize our capacities, reform our policies, really work together in a coordinated fashion. And of course, to do this, we need something else. We need not only the right ideas, we need the right leadership. And maybe it's not realistic anymore to think that we're going to find the one leader, whether he's a religious leader or a political leader or an intellectual leader, who's going to lead all humanity to the future. In fact, it's never been done. Today, we have organizations that are dedicated to global peace and human security. As never before, we have organizations that are no longer representing a party and a nation state. They represent the aspirations and goals and values of humanity as a whole. They're transnational, as Pugwash is, as the World Academy is, and many other very important organizations such as the Club of Rome. In all fields, we have them. Today, organizations can be leaders, powerful leaders, even more powerful than any individual, and especially when we join together, when we work together for a common cause and a common vision, as a network of networks that tries to mobilize the public opinion and support and aspirations of global humanity as a whole to the people, when we talk to the people and not to the governments, when we talk to the people and not to the diplomats, when we talk and mobilize the will of human society to go beyond this transition period. And perhaps it's an inevitable transition period because we never make the whole progress in one step. And now we see blatantly, to our horror, to our terror, to our great disturbance, we see how much remains to be done, how far we have to still make in progress. But that's no reason for discouragement. That's no reason for us to give up. If we look how far we've come from in the past, we'll see we're well placed to go further ahead. No matter how great our sense of horror and moral outrage, the violence spreading the world today is not going to be easily suppressed or permanently abolished. Only when we address the root causes will that be possible. But that does not mean we are helpless and can only cry out in fear or condemn the senseless horror confronting us every day in the media. After all, The Russell-Einstein Manifesto did not end the proliferation of nuclear weapons or the intensification of the Cold War. That took decades, but it did change the minds and spur to action leading scientists and intellectuals of the 1950s. Its founders did act to give birth to Pugwash and the World Academy of Art and Science. It fueled the emergence of a movement for the abolition of nuclear weapons. It did sow seeds for the first nuclear test ban treaties in the early 60s and the NPT a few years later. So let us abandon the sense of helplessness and channel our deep concern into positive initiatives, starting from where we are today and proceeding with both urgency and persistence, rather than demanding miraculous immediate results. I suggest two such initiatives we can act on immediately. First, the adoption and widespread dissemination of a declaration of principles of human security in conflict situations, calling for an immediate halt to the blatant neglect of international humanitarian law. The Board of WASP adopted such a declaration in November 2023, and we invite our colleagues in Pugwash and Club of Rome and other organizations to adopt it, or an improved version of it, and join with us in disseminating them widely. I request the organizers of this conference to disseminate this statement to all participants. Second is that we commence steps to build a global network of networks with the power to carry influence around the world, greater in extent and intensity than that which any small group of individuals or prominent organizations has wielded in the past. The call of the Russell-Einstein Manifesto to remember your humanity still resonates in our minds and hearts, and at the heart of the organizations we represent. Our task is to magnify it and project it globally as a seed for a global social movement, greater in magnitude and power than any that has come before. The horrors of today are now sufficient occasion to launch such a movement of individuals and organizations demanding a new paradigm in security, a new approach to global governance, and immediate action to stop the current wars. Let us act in concert to carry forward the seeds of our heritage and spread them far and wide until they acquire the force and momentum needed to effectuate real change in the world. Thank you.
We would like to thank Mr. Gary Jacobs for his video message and for this important document called Principles and Purposes of Human Security for All campaign in conflict and crisis situations, which we all distributed to all the participants and to all the speakers. And we will also, to our online audience, we will distribute also to them. So we will now proceed with the first session on the role of Europe in global multipolarity. As we are aware, multipolarity became the most used term when discussing the global era. This narrative asks the question on where Europe and the European Union stands in comparison to others and in comparison to itself looking back in the last decades. With our speakers today, we will discuss where Europe is heading and what changes must be done for Europe to take the adequate position in global multipolarity. So our first speaker is Mr. Dragan Lozancic, advisor to the President of the Republic of Croatia for National Security. So the role of Europe in global affairs would greatly depend on a complex assortment of transcending external and internal factors. As Mr. Lozancic states, Europe will likely settle on a carefully calibrated balance between what role it wants to play, what role it needs to play, and what role it can play. But the shape and extent of Europe's role, however, will surely test the wills of its political elites and citizens alike. So, Mr. Lozancic, as we know, there was a big campaign, a big project of the European Commission called Conference on the Future of Europe, which was held from 2021 to 2022, where all member states were invited and all citizens were invited to submit their projects to discuss the European Union, to discuss how they see the future of Europe, what it can do to be more integrated, or how can the member states, the citizens, the European civil society also strengthen. So what is your vision of the Europe? So what it can be, what it wants to be, and what it will be in the end.
Does this work? Before I dive into that, Anna, and thank you very much for the question and for inviting me to take part in this. I have to say it's an honor to be here, and it's a great pleasure for the Office of the President to offer its patronage to support this event and similar events which promote something I believe in very, very much, and that is that in order to solve problems and issues in the world that we have to understand what the problem really is. Einstein was mentioned one or two times, and he has this very wonderful saying, I'm not sure when and where, but it's certainly attributed to him, and that is, if I had an hour to save the world, I would spend 55 minutes on defining the problem and then only 5 minutes on the solution. And while that sounds unbelievable or even comical to some, I think we do need to spend and invest resources, and time is one of our important resources in a very fast-paced world today, to really ask the right questions and to put the problem in the right perspective and to understand what really the problem is and what the important issues and values are to us, the ones that are of great importance and the ones that are perhaps less important. And I don't think we do that enough in the world. And Croatia, by far, has its own problems in solving some issues rather too quickly and hastily without getting a sense of it. But to get to the topic and this issue, I'm going to refer to or start with what the European Union's High Representative and Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Borrell, who's like the Foreign Minister of the European Union, wrote in the opening sentence in his foreword on the strategic compass of the European Union in March 2022, and this was just days or weeks or after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And he said, given Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Europe is even in more danger than we thought just a few months ago. Just to show you how much things can change over such a short period of time, where the Russia's invasion and brutal aggression against Ukraine has really had a profound impact on the European Union. Now, some may question on how, to what extent that will continue to develop and whether it will run out of steam or whether it will continue going. But it does remind me of what life was like before February of 2022. And given my experience in both the European Union and in NATO, I think we could have generally put European countries into three categories, roughly. There were the countries who, and again, this is vis-a-vis Russia that I'm talking about. There were the countries who really felt after the Cold War had ended to extend a hand to Russia, to develop a European security partnership. And there are many who extended that to the economic realm in terms of energy and economic cooperation, and really saw Russia as a friend or to push relations with Russia in a kind of a positive sense. There was a second grouping that was perhaps more suspicious of Russia and weren't very friendly in some of their policy positions towards Russia. And while maybe they didn't all see Russia as an enemy, they certainly did not see it as a friend or a future partner. And then there was the third category or group of countries who really didn't care so very much for whatever reasons, or who were ambivalent or indecisive as to what kind of the relationship will be with Russia. And I think we could even say that was so, perhaps to a lesser extent, in 2014, when Russia fomented violent resurrection in the Donbass, when Russia took over Crimea. I think there was still a sense of that, the three groupings within the European Union, within NATO, and among, even in the West, can generally be said that that was the case. Well, All of that, I think, changed in 2022 with the full invasion on Ukraine and some of the things that we've seen. And today, I think more or less the Europeans stand firm. Okay, there are one or two countries which may have adjusted their policies or perhaps don't share. But I think there's a general consensus that the Europeans want to help Ukraine defend itself, that the Europeans want to see Ukraine as a democratic country. They want to see Ukraine as part of the equation. And certainly the Europeans are not short on providing both economic and defense support to Ukraine. Now, public perceptions in Europe have been very high initially. But given that the conflict has really extended over the last couple of years, this high support has now become some publics have become a little bit weary. We are starting to see people showing fear about where this conflict is going. We've heard calls for the use of nuclear weapons. We've seen inflation going up, prices going up in countries because of the broken relationships, economic relationships with Russia and the sanctions, issues over energy, something where European countries have profited over the years because of some of the cheap energy sources that it had access to, which pushed some of the industry development. So that is all changing. And so there is concern about that among our publics. What's going to be, I think, really interesting, and we'll have to wait and see, is how this conflict will, for the Europeans, at least be able to balance, and I use that word balance very often. You'll probably hear me a dozen times today. We'll see how the Europeans balance this offer of membership to Ukraine in the European Union is balanced with the future relationship that it will have with Russia, and especially given Russia's strong opinions of where it sees Ukraine. And I think even in this case, we have to look beyond the conflict, because this conflict one day will end, and one day we Europeans, Ukrainians, and the Russians will share this huge landmass, which is called Eurasia. And as Anna said, I really think that the role of the European Union in global affairs will depend on three different levels of ambitions. And I used a template that during my days as a strategic planner, I used, where in all of our endeavors in life, or whenever we want to plan something out, we always really have to balance our three different levels. And the first level is our wishes, which, if you know my kids, their wishes are infinite. They have all kinds of things that they would like to do. This is also true for Europe. I think the Europeans want to do a lot, want to play all kinds of roles in the world. The second thing, the ambition you have to balance as well, what do you really need? These are the important things. This is a different way of framing the problems, because while I might wish I had a super car personally, what I really need is something to take me from point A to point B and doesn't spend a lot of money on gas. So our needs are quite different, and we need to balance them out. And then at the end of the day is really what role the Europeans can agree on, because they have to agree on this role. It cannot be the French and perhaps some other countries leading it in a more integration, and other countries saying, no, we want to do less integration. So I think at the end of the day, that balance of those three issues have to be coordinated or calibrated in a way to make this whole European experiment experience function. And I think the shape, the character, and the extent of that role, while from this perspective, we have to admit it's a bit speculative, even though there are a lot of ideas out there that are being discussed. I think we have to agree that it's going to really test the political wills of our political elites, our leaders, but also our citizens and our publics, which I've heard the speakers mention a couple of times before about us needing leaders and about having citizens' support for policies and changes. So I think that will be very important. So Europe has come a long way. I think it does have significant potential to be a world power if it wants to be. But I think along the way there are a lot of challenges, a lot of twists and turns will be coming up. There's going to be some surprises. You don't need to be a genius to know that. We have experienced in the past how things we've never thought about, whether it's the black swan effect or whether it's what Donald Rumsfeld called the unknown unknowns, issues and things will come up to challenge the European Union, and that will have a significant impact. Other issues which are around today, where the Europeans have perhaps different views, or perhaps at least there's a consensus building. One of them is the US-China tensions and perhaps a possible conflict over Taiwan. Now, if you ask the European publics, by all the polls that I've seen, there's not a lot of stomach for getting involved in a conflict so far away. If you ask the political elites, well, it really depends on which countries you ask. Don't forget the European Union at its fundamental base is a mix or a combination of the so-called neutrals, the countries that believe in neutrality, and so the countries that believe in alliances and having strong partnerships. And that has a tendency to really impact on how decisions are made and how relationships are forward. And that was perhaps best seen when the United States intervened in Iraq in 2003, where you saw a lot of countries supporting, some not being so very supportive. But there's a whole host of other issues where EU members disagree on foreign policy, or whether it's the Seychelles region in Africa, the Caucasus and other places on issues of enlargement in the European Union, which requires unanimous decisions, issues of migration, which some European countries are feeling the backlash of, and we see that in the polls when the citizens come to vote. So I think political leaders do seem to want to improve the EU's ability to act collectively, especially towards external actors and into external situations, but that's still going to be a challenge. We've seen in the past, recall the disagreements over the breakup of the former Yugoslavia, which my country, Croatia, was one of the republics to come out of that. The issue of recognizing Kosovo. There are still several member states of the EU that do not recognize Kosovo's independence. And I already mentioned Iraq, which split the EU. But that's not to say that there weren't a lot of issues and where the Europeans have made progress. Ukraine, I mentioned, is one of them. The agreement on waves of EU enlargement, they've been able to agree on. The Iran deal a couple of years back, you remember that was a very challenging issue to denuclearize Iran. There was a lot of agreement between member states. But more recently, we've seen also the UN General Assembly vote over Gaza. We've seen the European split on some of the resolutions that were trying to promote a humanitarian ceasefire. We come again, the national interests come to the surface, and you have countries supporting, you have some countries abstaining, and others voting against. So we have to admit that Europeans have in the past struggled to reach common position in the UN, NATO, and other places. But the European experience is truly a novel one. The duality of the supranational intergovernmental approach to governance over a large area that constitutes different states, different peoples, ethnic groups, languages, I think is something, if we can be objective from a distance, is quite impressive. And I think a lot of investment has been made to create a European area of peace and progress, and I think no one really could deny that. And I think what's at the forefront of that is the shared values, the values for human rights and the freedoms, the rule of law. And perhaps this was very evident when we experienced the COVID crisis, where without naming countries outside of the European Union who were advocating that the West's system of democracy perhaps was not adequate to protecting the health of populations, suggesting that the narrative should be that our citizens should give up some freedoms for the sake of their health. Well, I think this is where the West may not have responded in the best way in terms of the COVID pandemic, but certainly in terms of the battle of narratives, I don't think we should put our citizens in a situation where you say, okay, choose health or your freedoms. I think we should expect of our governments to protect both. Governments should protect both our health, our livelihood, but they should also protect the freedoms that we aspire for because we value them, I think, equally. One of the key issues in Europe has also been the idea of reforming and what is the future of the European Union, because while we see what is happening today, there are some who say, well, that's adequate. This is the best the Europeans could come up with in terms of moving forward. There are others who are saying we are underachieving and we can do much more. So what do? We talk about reform. As Anna mentioned, there's been all kinds of different initiatives, and this is, Anna, just one of them. But the themes sometimes are reoccurring. Some of the themes are recycled. Those of you who are a little bit older may remember the early days of the European community in the post World War II era, where there were some who were even talking about defense cooperation in the very, very early days, and it almost was successful. And then the Europeans decided to scrap that and instead focused on economic integration. And surely today we're talking about much more as well about defense cooperation, but debates on reform, you will hear issues like strategic autonomy. President Macron, when he was in China, talked about a separate geopolitical pole for Europe, that Europe should become, we talk about multipolarity, one of those global poles. There are debates about having more Europe, less Europe, having more integration, having less integration, or the extent of integration. A multi-speed EU has been suggested, and the reason being that, well, if some EU member states want to move fast forward, we should let them. We should develop a framework where those EU member states that want to have more integration can go forward, and those that want less could just opt out of such options. Of course, that's also a controversial approach because it seems to suggest that there would be two classes or two different groups. And I think that the criticism is rightfully so that such solutions may be divisive and may challenge some of the solidarity, which is at the core of Europe, or at least is one of the foundations. Going forward in terms of some of these reforms, I think we'll have to think about whether the treaty-based changes is the right way to go, or perhaps we could have improvised approaches as situations emerge and things develop, that we, on an ad hoc basis or on a situational basis, kind of move forward on issues. But that's something that's going to be discussed. And in just a couple of my closing remarks, I found it very interesting that leadership was mentioned a lot. At the end of the day, the kind of role that Europe will play in this global multipolarity will, to a great extent, really depend on what the political leadership agrees to do among themselves, and how they eventually end up getting public support for it. Because let's not forget that one of the criticisms of the European Union, if it gets too far ahead of itself, is that the EU bureaucracy, or that Brussels doesn't understand the problems of the average person in some of the EU member states. So I think the political leadership will have to work more on building consensus. So it's a matter of not perhaps going too far than the public is ready to accept, but at the same time investing time and effort to get the public behind some of the policies that it wants to do. I'm fascinated by a European Council on Foreign Relations public opinion poll in June 2003, which was a follow-on from the one in June 2001. And while this study was really trying to see how Russia's aggression on Ukraine has changed public perceptions, and the perceptions really haven't changed very much or not that dramatically, but it is a kind of an indicator of where public sentiment is going in the European Union. And 29%, and again, this is not, statistics, this is a caveat. Statistics can be quite bad and ugly. So I have to alert you to that, to take all statistics with a grain of salt. This is statistics of 11 countries. So it's a poll of only 11 countries. It's a kind of a snapshot of a little bit of Europe, but is it indicative of what the sentiment is? And 30% of Europeans who responded to that see Europe as a beacon of democracy, as an example of rule of law, as an entity that on the global stage promotes high democratic standards, which it enforces at home and wants to influence others. So it's kind of a soft power element issue. But only 19% of our publics in those 11 countries see the European Union as a world power. Very nobly. About 30%, so about equal to the amount of people who believe in the soft power issue, is a group that feels that this integration and cooperation should be limited to the economic realm, to free markets, and that the traditional European values are important, they need to be protected, and that the nation states should still be strong. So more sovereignty for the nation. And let's not forget, we had about 10% the Eurosceptics, which they fill the aisles of the European Parliament and some of the political parties. They're probably always going to be around, more or less, but at the current level, they are not very significant force. And it's also interesting to highlight the Eurasia Group's top risks for 2024, which just came out a couple of days ago, with a look at Europe in terms of the internal political dynamics, which I think will be very important in defining the future role of Europe. That for at least the foreseeable future, the mainstream parties, the pro-European parties in the European mainstream will kind of hold on to power, and let's call it the steering wheel of this ship called the European Union. And I'll end with that.
Thank you very much for your contribution to this panel. So, of course, we have also policies, cohesion policies, and policies of regional development. So cohesion policies try to put countries closer one to another. So one group advocates the Europe of several speeds, and the others, we have very strong cohesion policies. Also, we are included as Croatia in all these policies. So now we would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Ms. Ivana Dragicevic, journalist and Europe's Future Fellow, IWM Vienna.
Social Sciences in Vienna, yes.
Yes, and among other, author of the recently published book, Insecure. So if you...
or Unsecured, it will be interesting when I'll translate it to English because it has different meanings.
Yes, hopefully we will now promote also this book and all the messages that are in this book. I think we will continue with the soft power of the European Union, so-called soft power. So in your opinion, what is the current position of Europe in global multipolarity?
I will go far back.
Okay.
In Greek mythology, Europe is a Phoenician, very interesting concerning current developments in the world. It's Phoenician princess raped by the supreme god Zeus. And the legacy of our continent is rape. In today's world, the politics and geopolitics and concept of this new scary concept of multipolarity is fear, is might, is force, and it's rape. And Europe's ideas and the concept of human security, which Mr. Gary Jacobs put up front, is not a new concept. It's a concept that puts inside huge historical changes that we are experiencing as this humanity, which are climate change and migration at the forefront. And in that regard, and in, let's say, surroundings of Europe as it is, I think we're in a deep problem, and the window of opportunities and ideas is closing, or either is not there. The continuation of that myth says that two continents, one at Europe's east and the other at Europe's south, are fighting for that Europe. The continent on the east says, I will get it, I will win. But the continent on the south says, you can fight as long as you want, but the future is on our side. So if we look Europe's surroundings, you have continent on the south with 1 billion people younger than 35. You have continent in which the might of the East, called Putin, is selling a lie and putting on the young juntas that are keeping their hands on the resources for the climate change future, for the new technology, for the green transition. And you have this, excuse my French, bullshit talk about democracy today as a beacon of whatever hope, and we need to save democracy. What is democracy? 2016, that democracy brought Donald Trump to power, got us Brexit. For I don't know how many mandates we have Mr. Orban in power. In this Europe, we now have Heft filters as the beacon of politics in Holland. And we have the reputation of Europe in this new South or global South as a place that did rape to them in the history. And the concept of Europe needs to change for this new multipolarity. We saw that with the Russian aggression towards Ukraine, when these people in Brussels are now saying, oh, we should have listened to, I don't know, former president of Estonia, Ilves, when he was saying, yeah, right, Russians are doing things very seriously. Or we should listen to people in these places who have historical, important role in this other world. Because in 1958, when there was a human zoo on the Expo, so the World Exposition in Brussels, where there was a family, family of Congo being exposed in a cage, so the Brussels can look at them. This guy, who everyone hates, traveled by boat from the port of Rijeka to Accra to Ghana to congratulate to at that time, new president-elect of independent Ghana, Mr. Nkrumah. So the concept of Europe needs to change in its fundamentals for this new world to come. What we lost in this is our transatlantic partner. Because post-2016, and what's going on now in America, will be the huge blow. Okay, they can be completely energy self-sufficient. They can have their own resources. They can build their own, security and defense, disregarding transatlantic relations if something happens. But I think even though Trump is not a candidate at all, there are indeed problems. Such a division in society didn't happen accidentally. This is also a huge and I think most important pillar for our security, and that's trust. If we have societies without trust, if we have societies without societal connections, if we have societies or groups of societies that cannot cooperate, which we see in the greatest body, which is called Security Council, which doesn't function, and the UN, which is basically, I don't know what it is anymore. If we have, bricks, building bricks, more and more bricks into bricks. So we need to rethink ourselves. Europe is at war. We are in election year, the biggest ever in our history. We have these countries which Mr. Jacobs advocated that we should all open up, bring back idea of 48 human rights. Who should open up? India? Will you change your structure of your country with castes? Not so sure. What Mr. Modi is presenting? Not so sure.
I have 15 minutes.
You will. No, but I'm just, what Mr. Putin, member of the Security Council, is doing. Can he open up? Can Mr. Xi open up his society to free internet, for example? And those countries are dismantling our democracy through their business model, for example, TikTok, through foreign interference and what Russia did to our, let's say, concept of our trust within European society, because we cannot do it. We are not one. We are different. We have different languages. We don't have our AI or TikTok or whatever. And I think that is, let's say, the weak point of Europe, which in current constellation cannot bring us any optimism. So I will not take 25 minutes because you're the sponsor, so maybe you have more time, but I'll go back to rape at the end. May I?
Of course.
Just finish with the rape, and then you ask me the question after the rape. I need to say it because I see Swedish ambassador here, and Sweden is the country which has feminist foreign policy, and Sweden is the country which has psychological defense agency concerning the biggest threat labeled by World Economic Forum in Davos, which starts next week, and this is disinformation. I noticed that this conference has all male panelists. I'm the only woman. I don't know if any of you noticed that who are speaking today. Mr. Ambassador of Australia, Indian Ambassador, everybody. So the concept of human security is the concept of a woman, is a concept of care, trust, birth, and nurturing. And as long as you are taking 40 minutes to talk, guys, we don't have a future of human security, and we cannot, I refer to all the ambassadors, to His Excellency, because if we live in time when you cannot hear what the moral authority of the world, Pope Francis, is talking about, what happened? Is the word humanity positive? Does it have a positive meaning? I'm not sure. Maybe being human is being bad and evil and want to kill and rape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vicic. I just want to refer to what you mentioned, trust. So the World Economic Forum that is taking place next week has the title Rebuilding Trust. So we will be very interested to see the messages from the World Economic Forum. But also I would like to mention that the Pugwash and the World Academy always invite female speakers. We don't do a difference. Unfortunately, this year it was a lower response rate. For example, last year we had Miss.
Should move the conference to have.
Yes, we should return to November. Yes, we should return to November when there was a high response rate. But we're very proud that, for example, also this year we invited Ms. Manfella Ramfel and Ms. Sandrine Dixon, who are the first female co-chairs of the Club of Rome in history. And last year we had Ms. Manfella Ramfel, she was speaking in our keynote, in our introductory session. But this year, of course, they're preparing for the World Economic Forum. So unfortunately, maybe we should...
problem, don't move. It's better to skip.
And now we will.
Because discussing why we don't have women here.
No, I agree completely.
Would just create.
I agree completely, and
she's right, and let's go on.
Yes, of course. And thank you very much.
But you needed to say that as a man after that. Thank you very much.
I completely agree, and we will continue always to invite significant, powerful, influential women that have important messages to send. Thank you very much for now. Now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, ambassador, philosopher, professor, book author, and editor, Mr. Božo Kovačević. Mr. Kovačević, your idea of Europe's role in multipolarity is a fully integrated entity and a United States of Europe. So your opinion is that if the citizens of Europe want to have a stronger European superpower, so to see Europe as a superpower on the global scene, that we should be more integrated, that we should be a federalist state, so the United States of Europe. We know that we had the Spinelli group in the European Parliament, and one of the founders of the Spinelli group was Mr. Delors, who recently passed away, so this is also good. A good opportunity to remember his vision. So can you say a bit more about your vision of Europe? So how did the United States of Europe, so the SWOT analysis of the United States of Europe, so strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats?
Yeah, it would be too ambitious to me to explain all what you are expecting me to explain. It's related to points Mr. Lozančić has mentioned. What are our wishes? What are now our real needs? And what are our abilities? My intervention is going to be a little bit narrow, not so wide in scope as it was announced by previous interventions, but I hope that the message is clear. So, the rules-based world order is, in fact, a system of global American hegemony, a unipolar world. The United States, under the influence of neoconservatives, tried to turn the unipolar moment that arose with the collapse of the USSR into a unipolar eternity, or into the end of history. By encouraging the overthrow of secular autocratic regime in Islamic countries, the United States paved way for the establishment of theocratic Islamic regimes, like it happened in Egypt, for instance. As a part of opposing the establishment of global dominance of the West, the Islamic State and the wave of Islamic terrorism it launched were also created. On the other hand, wanting to inflict a strategic defeat to Russia as the legal successor of the USSR, the United States built an anti-missile shield near the Russian borders. Russia reacted by withdrawing from a number of conventional and nuclear arms control agreements. Frustrated by years of ignoring its concerns about NATO's eastward expansion, Russia made the fateful, and I would say catastrophic, decision to invade Ukraine in 2022. One of the ideological justifications for that decision is Russia's principled commitment to a multipolar world order. The rules of WTO were designed so that the West would always win in order to achieve an unattainable advantage. Playing by these rules, China proved to be more successful than those who came up with these rules. The United States, as the main promoter of neoliberal globalization and free trade, suddenly turned into the biggest protectionist. Fearing that China could catch up and overtake them economically, technologically, and militarily, the United States has resorted to sanctions and administrative barriers as a means of maintaining its dominance. Instead of intensifying efforts to strengthen its own competitiveness, the United States has decided to make it impossible for China to beat it in open market competition. Economic and technological decoupling is accompanied by the growth of security tensions. They try to present American geoeconomic and geostrategic ambitions as the only means to prevent Chinese global ideological hegemony. If it cannot maintain global hegemony, the United States wants to be the leader of the free democratic world in an ideological Cold War confrontation against autocratic China. What role does EU play in these events? Although there were no international legal basis for the American invasion of Iraq in 2003, and although the EU initially opposed it, in the end, the EU bowed to American interests. By joining neoconservative efforts for the democratic transformation of Islamic countries, the EU directly contributed to the collapse of states in its immediate neighborhood. One of the results is the migrant crisis, which the EU does not know how to deal with. At the very beginning of 2014, it seemed that EU representatives were participating in achieving a peaceful solution to the Ukrainian crisis. The foreign ministers of Germany, Poland, and France were witnesses and guarantors of the implementation of the agreement between Ukrainian President Yanukovych and representatives of the Ukrainian opposition led by Vitaly Klitschko. With one phone call from Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland to the US Ambassador to Ukraine, the diplomatic efforts of the EU member states were completely annulled. Instead of applying the reach diplomatic agreement, the scenario of violent change of power was applied. The EU did not even try to convince its Atlantic ally that a violent change of government is not a good solution for either Ukraine or the EU. The EU remained silent. The then Ukrainian President Poroshenko asked the prime ministers of Germany and the United Kingdom and the President of France to convince Russian President Putin to agree to peace talks with Ukraine in 2015. The result was the Minsk II agreement. The next step was the adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 2202. No permanent member of the Security Council vetoed it. Although the Minsk II agreement was not favorable for Ukraine, it was reached with the participation of the President of Ukraine and the representatives of EU member states. As a part of international law, it was legalized by UN Security Council Resolution 2202. The EU did not stand out by insisting on the implementation of that act of international law. If the Russian leadership had not made that resolution ad acta with unreasonable decision to invade Ukraine, the EU would have had to clearly answer the question of whether it respects international law or not. In the context of Russian-American competition on European soil, the EU has proven to be a secondary player, in fact, as the main collateral victim. EU economy in general, and German economy in particular, has decreased due to higher energy prices and the cost of financing the war in Ukraine. The United States achieved the desired termination of the EU's energy cooperation with Russia. The EU has become completely dependent on the United States in terms of security, economy, and politics. Solving the problem of territorial integrity of Ukraine is left to that country and to European Union. The cost of rebuilding Ukraine will also fall on the EU. The Pacific Basin is the arena of competition between two big players, China and America. Despite the exceptional importance of the Chinese market for the EU economy, Brussels has failed to articulate an autonomous policy towards China. The EU, under pressure from Washington, gave up further consideration of the agreement in principle reached with Beijing, the comprehensive agreement on investment. And so, the European members of NATO agreed with the American initiative to expand the scope of the alliance to the Pacific. By doing so, they assume considerable responsibility for security in that part of the world and risks in the event of an escalation of hostilities. In return, the EU did not even get a renewal of the TTIP negotiations. As it's well known, after more than a decade of negotiation on this document, the implementation of which would create the largest free trade area in the world, the President Trump administrations abandoned this agreement. President Biden was expected to renew negotiations, but that didn't happen. In relation to the EU, the Biden administration follows Trump's America First principle. But the EU has failed to articulate its policy that would affirm EU interests as much as the Biden administration affirms US interests. It seems that the USA, China, and Russia determine the multipolar character of today's world to a much greater extent than the EU does. On the foreign policy front, the EU does not speak with one voice. The EU has not established itself as a relevant player in the arena of global politics. So far, the EU has not clearly profiled itself as a subject of international relations. If citizens of EU member states and European political elites want the EU to be recognized as and respected as a relevant player in international relations, then the EU should transform itself from an intergovernmental organization into the United States of Europe as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Thank you.
We will leave the floor for questions after the last presentation. So finally, we welcome our fourth speaker, businessman and researcher, Mr. Stjepan Orešković, who will share with us his view on what justifies a superpower's claim to leadership in a multipolar world. Is it economic, military power, moral legitimation, social progress, or technological advancements? So Mr. Orešković will explore philosophical, historical, ethical, and economic arguments to outline how to establish the European Union as a global leader. Mr. Orešković, the floor is yours.
Sounds too ambitious, and I understand my participation in this roundtable as an opportunity to talk. And so I will refer to what I heard previously. But I think we hear each other, no reason for microphone. So basically, you know, we are discussing something what is probably a question of our common survival. And I think we should take it that way. Because if we think this is happening to someone else, we'll pay a high price. This is Pugwash. conference, and it says it's about science and peace. So I would like to start very briefly about this. You know, flying to Mars is a very demanding question. It needs a lot of technologies, knowledge, science, all type of sciences. But I think how to establish peace is the most complex scientific question of all questions we ever ask ourselves. And it involves everything, more than flying to Mars. And so it's interesting for me that amount of resources we are investing into how we scientifically answer this question. And I trust science in a way we don't trust God, but we trust arguments and method, is a very interesting question. It says a lot about our civilization. We don't spend almost zero budget on to answer this question. And I was doing some famous Google research, a search to see how many publications and centers, institutions, and budgets we have doing research on how to establish peace. It's unbelievable. When you look into the serious books written on these topics recently, then you come to 1793 and 1798, which is Immanuel Kant writing about perpetual peace and dispute between faculties. And then recently you have a good book by Christopher Blattman, Why We Fight. So this is a story about our instinct for survival. And Mr. Lozenge said at the beginning, asking the right question is the beginning of everything. So basically, I think the right question is, what is the right thing to do? And already several discussions here show that, gave us good arguments, I think. The surveys you are mentioning about what people think in Europe is a good answer what I think we should do. My first question is, what is your moral right to claim to be superpower? And the moral right is how I contribute to the survival of the mankind. And then I'm really reluctant to be exceptionalist and nationalist and whatever comes from feeling my tribe is the most important one. But when we talk about Europe, using this criteria, I would say there are a lot of arguments to say we have a moral right to try to lead. And if we would ask what are the moral rights, we are not perfect. The example of colonialism and everything, what we did in history, many countries never invested zero energy and morality into clearing
today,
and even today. So let's immediately put this out of the table. I'm not idealizing Europe, but maybe someone should say these are the criteria how one superpower, which I dislike immediately the term, contributes to a better world. And then we may be coming to the better ground to understand why we should support Europe and what kind of Europe we want. And these criteria are then simple. And we come back to what survey says about what citizens of Europe think is European power. And I think we should follow this, what citizens say. They say it's human rights, it's science, it's peace, and so on. I just recently had a long discussion with one American former president, and he was asking me, what do you think, what was the worst thing US did, let's say in the last few decades? My answer was, the fact that you stopped being the desired place. When I was a kid, everyone wanted to be American. A bit simplifying, but if you are desired country, state, that brings you, I think, to the sustainability and to capacity to survive on the long terms. Let me finish with Kant. When he wrote this article, Dispute Between the Faculties, he was writing about French Revolution. And he used one term. He said, enthusiasm is the most important thing connected to French Revolution. There are people around the world that feel enthusiasm about becoming part of that. I think if we exclude the idea that we will use nuclear weapons, destroy ourselves and kill the civilization, then my answer is who will survive, who will win? The winner will be one that can create enthusiasm and energy for the values and the system and the government he is promoting and advocating for. And if we would use this criteria to look into any of the superpowers we have around the world, we'll see which has the biggest enthusiasm within the population that are voting for, supporting, and feeling part of it. And you can call it democracy later on, because then it comes to the mechanism how you use this enthusiasm for the values that most of the people would support. And last sentence, I was participating in the European conclave. This is a kind of 50 people that were called by Portuguese presidency, prime minister as a president, to talk about European strategy 2040. And the key question, all these differences we are talking about were visible there, because when you listen Irish and Polish, you immediately understand, you know, where it's going. It's different world. But what is, I think, the biggest power of Europe is exactly these values. And where I would choose to act as a superpower, being European Union, would be, for example, environment. Because it's about all of us. And Europe would choose one topic to act without compromise, and then you would get enthusiasm and support from all around the world. Because I see many Americans supporting EU, supporting environment protection, and Indians and whoever, because it's our common cause of survival. So thank you, that's it. Sorry, one thing about women, I must say this. It's really crucial what Ms. Dragicevic said. It's so fundamental. And I can say this using our company as an example. We really will achieve 51% people in ruling, in managerial position in company in 2 years. We are now at 47. And we are not doing this because this is good for ESG to make good public statement, but because our company is stronger and better and faster because of that. It's simply better for the profit and for the revenues and everything what you do. And I think it works for the peace much more better than for the revenue. Thank you.
And I agree that the European Union or Europe is a superpower, although we don't like this term, in these soft skills. And I think that we should continue that way. I was a member of the European Commission's working group on equality and values in education and until a few months. And I can say that they are really making great changes. So what I mentioned in my opening speech is that we have to transform our educational system. So our educational educational system is the key for my opinion, is the key for this change that we all want to see. So how to create peace. So on all these, our working sessions of the working group, we discussed peace education, citizenship education, how to teach empathy in schools, tolerance, emotional intelligence. I think emotional intelligence is very important because it deals with relations between people. I think also many conferences nowadays around Europe are dealing with peace education. And I think that we should also all integrate this type, so citizenship education, peace, however do you want to call it. So, for example, Denmark is teaching empathy in schools, primary and secondary schools. Portugal has a strategy, a national strategy for citizenship education. And I think that's the start. So how to be a good citizen, how to be a good neighbor, how to be a good member of the family, how to process inner trauma, how to speak about your emotions, how to relate to other people. So I think that's the start with education. So I agree with you that Europe should stick to this soft superpower, and that in that way we will attract more people to follow us, to come to us, and to maybe follow our example.
I just have one comment on
Yes.
what you said. You know, which are the youngest part of Europe? You know, anyone? Youngest parts of Europe are urban centers in Belgium. Okay. Are urban centers of Belgium and France, and 3 Irish regions. The oldest parts of Europe is north of Spain and Eastern Germany. When you look how that demography plays into politics, we're in deep shit, and your strategy, which you explain now, is cannot survive, because inequality that Europe creates, where we have young Nazis marching around beating people like Indian ambassadors, when we have ghettos in Europe, so in the center of Brussels, which is very poor and deprived area, so 6 minutes walking distance from Schumann and theirs, and Mr. Borrell, who talks about jungles and gardens. You have kids in school when, for example, 16-year-old Arabs molest 16-year-old Black kids. So we have huge conceptual, constructual problem in Europe. You have Eastern Europe, which is completely white. You have our society, which knew students from all around the world, which now is in disgrace when you have construction workers coming from Nepal talking about, you know, Muslims attack, which Muslim. So this education clouds something, the reform of the education is something that we are losing, because in 10 years, who will do this reform? You have one guy applying at the physics university to become a professor, one person, one. I know that we lost millions of people in Croatia, but who will teach them physics and chemistry, or this empathy, for example? If you beat up a guy who you think speaks a little bit differently, and then you find out at the end that he's a grandson of a person killed in the worst war crime during Croatian War. So let's not talk about like this world around us doesn't exist. Thanks.
I agree with you. It's a process. It's a process, and it's a long process. Not any change, like Gary Jacobs said in his introductory video. We don't have quick fixes. It's a long process, but it's important that we go that way. So thank you very much to all the speakers. I would like to say thank you to everyone. Vision of the future of Europe, and we will now make a short break and return with the second panel.
So dear panelists and participants, we are a little bit out of schedule, but it's just 10 minutes, so I think it's okay. And as you see on your program, our next topic is the New World Order, Emerging Economies and Superpowers. So we had a lot of things said about that in the previous session, but our panelists will definitely give some new ideas and visions. We are leaving this world of bipolarism for multipolarism or for no polarism at all. So we'll see what you have to say about that. We have these organizations, new economic organizations like BRICS, which India is a part of, or security organizations like AUKUS, which Australia is part of, or ASEAN for the South East Asia. So these are all very important developments which are leading the world in the direction we maybe don't understand clearly which the direction is, but we'll see. And I hope with this panel we could have a little bit more knowledge about that. So our first panelist will be Krševan Anton Dujmovic from the Institute of International Relations, and he will present the current state of play within the struggle of global dominance, the continuation of American global dominance, the Chinese growth, but also at the same time India is emerging. There should be also the topic of his talk as a new Asian and global superpower. He will analyze the current conflict and how they affected the New World Order, as well as focus on BRICS as a relevant and powerful group of countries that continue to grow at above average levels, which is not so common today. So, Mr. Dujmovic, could you come here, or you'll take, you can choose.
Maybe it's
whatever.
okay if I sit down. It's okay?
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay,
Yeah.
yes, of course.
The
floor is yours.
I love to sit down, yeah. It's much easier.
So,
Yeah.
the stool is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Šikić, for this event and for inviting me. And I want to thank you, Anna, for this good opportunity. And I think it's good that we talk about these global issues and emerging powers. And it's pretty relevant as we speak. We have two ongoing major wars. There are dozens of wars around the world, but two major wars, one in Europe and the other one in the Middle East. And we just got out from COVID-19 pandemic. And everyone sort of, it brought a major overhaul and disturbed the supply chains and introduced a lot of changes. And a lot of people thought that, you know, we're going to see a different world after COVID, and we're going to see the fall of America and the decline of the West. But, you know, the figures are quite opposite, and I'm glad you sort of made an introduction to what I'm going to say right now. So at this moment, and in the previous panel, we talked about superpowers, and so we can, you know, define a superpower, but what it is, what it's not. But at this moment, I believe that the only superpower is the United States. The US is actually involved in different parts of the world. It's making new alliances, as well in the Pacific. You just mentioned AUKUS. I'm glad that we have the investor Australia here. Also, there's associations with India, but I would say like Quad and different kind of alliances, and with South Korea. But I would say that AUKUS is the major sort of say association that could challenge the growing influence of China in the Pacific. The new figures are quite interesting after COVID in 2022 and 2023. Actually, we see that the Biden administration managed to pursue pretty strong growth, and it's exceeding 4%. It's up to 4.5%, and we have really strange situation now at 50 years after Deng introduced reforms in China. We now see that the economic growth is bigger in the United States than in China. Everyone expected that China was going to be the leader after COVID, but they're facing a lot of trouble back in China. One of that is that being isolated, they've been too harsh with the introduction of the measures and restrictions during COVID, and they're still not coping with that. We saw that last year in 2023 with the outbreak of the new wave of COVID in China. We saw an end of the real estate bubble. We saw collapse of BRI initiative in many parts of the world. We're seeing now Italy stepping out of this initiative. And we see a reaction of different players in the world to curb Chinese influence. Not everyone is happy with where their growth, especially in the Asia Pacific, or should we call it Indo-Pacific region. We see the new race to rearm Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, the Philippines. They're not happy with the Chinese growth. It's not, we could not say, the game is over and, Putin invaded Ukraine and they're gonna challenge the old, establishment that we had after the Second World War. And now we're gonna have a new powers replacing them. It's not gonna be that easy. So far, Russian aggression against Ukraine has been a complete failure. And I think it's a good message also because we're talking now about China. It's a good message for them not to invade Taiwan. Taiwan, I think they have election this week, and for them it's really important not just to have the right option elected this week, but also to make a major overhaul of their defense system because it's obsolete. It was good back in the 50s and the 60s. They invest a lot in their airborne, in their part or navy. And they have a lot of aircraft. They want to do a lot of procurement. They want to get F-35s from the U.S. But actually, they should really. It's really important that the Taiwan is able to repel the Chinese influence or even attempt to threaten Taiwan, because failure of Taiwan to defend itself would bring the whole global economy to its knees. So it's really important to empower not just politically Taiwan, but actually for them, it's important for them to learn from the lessons learned in Ukraine, and that is actually to be able to repel your invader. So it's not up to them for them to match China with their air superiority or naval forces. Now China has the biggest navy. They need the right equipment. They need the right knowledge, just like the Ukrainians did, to repel the Chinese invasion. And this would be, sort of bedrock for the stability of the whole Asia Pacific. And then again, we have to talk about AUKUS. And I believe that the UK and the US will keep on developing that association or pact. So just coming back to the US and China. So still we have the US as the major power. Now the ratio of Chinese economy is just 65% of the US economy. So the US is the biggest economic power, the biggest military in the world, and the biggest political power. China is still here. They're going to be here in years to come. The pace of their growth has been, grinded to a halt, at least for the time being. I cannot perceive any future where the economy of China is going to suppress. It's going to be double the size of the American. Maybe we could see matching up the American economy in a decade, but no, in any perceivable future, I believe that the US will be the major power. So we have the China with a slower pace. And Russia I strongly believe it's not going to be, they could have this title of emerging power, but not anymore. With the aggression against Ukraine, they lost their credibility. They are not able to even take hold of the territories where they proclaimed the independence of these breakaway provinces. They're not controlling them physically. And they're going to lose on long run, definitely. They had ideas of making some Euro-Asian Union, connecting Europe or Russia, and then Russia being the major partner. And there are a lot of capitals in Europe which were kind of looking into this new concept rather than the transatlantic, looking into Euro-Asian concept. I think this concept has, hit the wall, and I don't see anything which could resurrect this concept. And the attractiveness of the country has definitely diminished. We have here Ambassador of Kazakhstan. Maybe I don't want to speak on their behalf, but we should hear definitely what's going to be the position of Central Asia. We see movements also. I mean, just to prove or to add to what I've been talking about, just 3 months ago, 4 months ago in September, we saw the last phase of Azerbaijan taking over Karabakh, which is international recognized part of Azerbaijan and controlled by Armenian forces. And the Russians had nothing to do with that. And basically their troops are not needed anymore in that region, in the South Caucasus. And Armenians are now turning away from Russia and turning toward, even though they had a Russian base in Armenia, they're turning toward the US. So in this rim, stretching from Finland, from Baltic states to Poland, South Caucasus, we see that Russia is actually retreating. They had a plan to basically conquer all of Ukraine. I don't think that's possible anyway. We cannot speculate about this war, but what's fact of life is that they're losing their influence in this rim around Russia on the territories they used to belong to former USSR. So I don't see Russia as an emerging power. I see them as a declining power. I see US as a dominant power and China withholding and trying to catch up with the US. Not as we thought like a decade ago, just 5 years ago, but still the second power in the world. Still, we need to look also into European Union. The EU is as a bloc, there are 27 member states, but as a bloc is the second economy in the world. It's the biggest trading area in the world, and the economy of the EU surpasses that of China. It's over 20 trillion. Even without the UK, it surpasses 20 trillion in nominal parity, 20 trillion euros. So it's bigger than the Chinese economy. What we should look into are other parts of the world, and I'm especially thrilled to have the Indian ambassador here. India has, of all of the countries in the world, has the biggest potential to become a superpower in Asia or on a global stage. They're now fifth economy in the world. They're the biggest nation in the world, of almost 1.5 billion people. We saw that the Chinese one-child policy was a disaster. The demographics is at the core of economic growth. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Indian annual GDP growth is over 7%. India has a young population, a lot of educated people, devoted people. They have strong communities around the world, be it in Africa, be it in South America, United States. So I see Indians as a strong young nation willing to invest in knowledge and their capacities. They went all the way to the moon last year. They have a big corporate sector. They have a big educational system. And I see an immense opportunity in India. So they're definitely emerging as a new power on the global stage. And just to look around the world, we just mentioned BRICS or BRICS Plus, whatever this format. There's a lot of talk about this association or group of countries, but I don't see how this group of countries can rival the West when you have, for instance, you have members like India and China, which have long traditional rivalry in the Himalayas. So you have a group of countries which are, scattered around the globe. Now they're going to have you have Brazil in South America, but newcomers, so different countries, so different cultures. I don't think and it's plausible to talk about them introducing a common currency. So it's an interesting concept, but I don't see BRICS as an emerging power that's going to topple the U.S. or overthrow Western dominance. But definitely there's something that should be looked upon. So within these countries, we should look into countries like Mexico. We should look in Brazil, South Africa, especially Nigeria, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia. Now portraying itself as the leader, as the major hub, rather than UAE or Dubai, and these Emirates in the GCC. I reckon they're going to be the leader of the Arab world. So there are new powers around the world that they want a stronger say on the global stage, but still nothing even close to a superpower. They could be regional players that we should look into, and the importance of these countries is with their potential of coalition or making new alliances. And the US as a major power is aware of that. And I think what's really a strong, sort of say, message that we got in the world after COVID is that we see the ability of the United States to make new coalitions. So they managed to sort of say gather all European countries, or majority of them. We see Hungary breaking away. We'll see what's going to happen in Poland. There are some really disturbing things coming out from Warsaw, but still they managed to get all of Europe to support Ukraine. So they prove themselves as a major ally, as a major supporter of European security. So yes, they have allies, and in NATO alliance is alive and vivid. They have allies in the Middle East. It's not just Israel. We should remember Abrahamic Accords. They were pursuing this, and actually, most people believe that the attempt of Hamas was actually to distress or turn them away from these initiatives to get Israel with Arab countries together. So they have strong coalition, so to say, strong alliance potential also in the Middle East. They also have it in South America. They also have it in Asia, which is really important because if you look at in China, which is a major, they have pivot. I mean, with the American pivot in the Pacific and with the ability to make alliances, it gives the Americans such a strong upper hand facing Chinese competition. The ability to make alliances and support and to align themselves with the Japanese, with the Koreans, and with other countries in the region. It's a true proof, evidence of American global dominance. Still, they're rivals. They're not. When we talk about dominant power, we should not think of a power that's an omnipresent or omnipotent, or they have full control. Of course, it's not possible. But they're there. They're present. They're present in the Indian Ocean, in the Pacific, in the Americas, in Africa. And so this is the configuration on the global stage that I see, as America still in at least in years to come until this decade as a major power, China, trying to track them, and India as a new power coming up to the club of major powers, and of course with my strong personal conviction that the Ukraine war is going to backfire against Russia, and that Europe is going to come out eventually as a winner. It's going to be good for the EU, and not just as I think it's going to be an opportunity for Europe to make a profile of itself, not just as a trading superpower, but also as a political power, because it's going to be, I believe, it's going to be a big geopolitical victory, because the Ukrainians want to side with you and get out of the Russian sphere. So, even by inertia, it's going to make the EU power, not just an economic power, because we said they're the second biggest economy in the world, but also political power. So we could look into a new world with four major powers: the US, the EU, China, and India. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, as we have heard, India is definitely the leader of the global South, and it's also presides G20 in this year, and and as we have heard, its growth is presumed already is the highest from all the global superpowers. So I'm very happy that we have here the ambassador of India, Mr. Srivastava, who will share with us a vision and ambition of India in the next decade. So, Mr. Srivastava, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Sikic. Thank you very much for the invitation, especially because it is from World Academy of Art and Science, and I was looking at your establishment, 1960. So let me start with science, and then comes to a bit of what I have to say about what is New India, because this is one image that is not getting the due attention, and that's why it is not understood very well why India is re-emerging, not emerging, because India is a 5,000-year-old civilization. So India has, when British came to India, India was 25% of global GDP. It became 0.3% of global GDP when British left in 1947. So we heard about European history, and you can grasp that from 25% GDP of the global GDP, it became 0.3. What British did in India, it's a history. So that's important to recognize. Now, coming to this re-emerging part of India, there is a slide that I will take help of, but it's not a presentation. But let me start with science. Einstein was given posthumously the charter membership to WWS because he passed away in 1955. Yeah. This was established in 1960. So let me start with Einstein. Einstein, I think, was the biggest contributor for our understanding of what this universe is. The one most famous equation that everybody knows about because it's written on the t-shirt, E is equal to mc squared. But there's another one that he did on the same year of 1905, was about photoelectric effect and trying to show that light can be particle. Even though he did not believe in quantum science, because he said that was a spooky action at distance, but still he gave the initial thinking about that light can be particle, and that's how wave-particle duality is established. Yeah. So when we analyze geopolitics of globe, like what Antun did, we have to sometimes go out of the inertial system and try to see it from a larger perspective of humanity. Mr. Gary Jacobs mentioned about human security. I'm going to talk about human empowerment, because as soon as you say human security, the exact opposite of that, insecurity, comes in mind. Who is going to provide the security? People are now seeking security. When you talk about empowerment, it's about you can do it yourself. And that's the story of New India. In India, in the last 10 years, what has changed is the mindset. So the government under Prime Minister Modi has done one greatest thing, greatest gift to our country of 1.4 billion people, is trying to change the mindset of us. That if something is not clean on the street, it's my responsibility. I will not call the municipality, I will clean it myself. If something is not clean in my education system, I will talk about it directly to Prime Minister on mygov.in. I don't have to go through the bureaucracy. I can write to PM right now as an Indian citizen. That openness, that transparency, that optimism and inclusiveness is the reason why New India has a great opportunity of next 25 years to become a developed country in 2047. And some of the economic houses has projected India will be a 35 trillion economy in 2047. And that will be probably second. But I have a guess that these predictions are linear. They do not understand the potential of technology. The technology like AI, if that is used correctly, I am dead sure that these exponential projections will be furthermore eye-opening. Nikola Tesla said that if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibrations. 10 years before, Einstein wrote E is equal to mc squared. He understood what is this universe made of? Energy. Mr. Urskovich mentioned about enthusiasm of Kant. That energy, if you are dealing with that concept in governance, you can design what was questioned about at the start of this session. What are the solutions? We have been talking about problems. Nobody talked about what is the solution. In the last panel, we heard about problems of Europe. We did not hear what is the solution. The solution lies in going back to the principle there are only two things that this universe is made of: the mankind and the planet. What we call in our Vedas, which are written probably 5,000 years back, Purush and Prakriti. Purush is man or woman, mankind, and Prakriti, that is nature. If our initiative are connected with people and planet, we are dead sure that we'll be successful. So now let's go back to the first slide. Okay, so on the 77th Independence Day, that was last year on 15th August, Prime Minister said, today we have democracy, demography, and diversity. Now these three Ds are the current strength of India, which are uniquely Indian. Democracy, largest democracy, but not many people understand that this is also the oldest democracy, because democracy edicts have been found 10th century and of course in 3rd century in Ashoka's time. So we are proud that we are not only the largest democracy, we are the oldest democracy, which basically means putting people at the center of your initiatives. That is the first part. The second part is that we launched Mission Life on October 2020. And what was that? It is Mission Life, meaning lifestyle for environment. We have talked about that we have actually taken too much from the resources of the nature not by need of us, by greed. So there is, this planet has enough for our needs. It doesn't have for our greed. That concept, that mindset needs to change. And you talked about school education system. It should go to the kids that this planet is not having challenges for your future. It has enough. Our greed has to come down. So that's why that mission was launched. Prime Minister, during the launch, I was physically present in Gujarat. Mr. Gutierrez was also there, 20th of October 2022. And basically what he said, for common understanding of people on the ground, if you set your air condition at 16 and put a blanket on, this is not the correct lifestyle. You can always put it at 24, and that will be much more better for the environment. There are simple things that we can do. You drive your car to the gym and then run on the treadmill. You can run to the gym and you can save some fuel for the car. So those kind of things, they are very simple things, but for 1.4 billion people, the impact is huge. And that's why it is making change in India. The middle one is very important, again, to understand. You have heard a lot about Mahatma Gandhi, father of the nation. You've heard about first Prime Minister of. There was a gentleman, the first Deputy Prime Minister of India, Mr. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the statue. This is a 182-meter tall statue launched in 2019 by Prime Minister Modi in the home state of Gujarat. This is called the Statue of Unity. This gentleman, at the time of independence, created a unity of complete country of India, in which there were 565 principalities, the small kings who were not part of Indian Union when British left. But he went and negotiated with each one of them to become part of India. He gave them three options. One, that join it, we will give you some pension. Don't join it, we will ask the population to do a revolt like Mahatma Gandhi did against British. And third one, we have an army. And each one of them joined. That's how India became united. So that's why this is called the Statue of Unity. And in that Statue of Unity, we have a slogan called "From divide and rule to unite and serve." Its serve mentality in governance is now getting ingrained in India. Today in India, politics have become a positive word. In my time when I was getting educated, if I told my father that I want to become part of the student union, he would say, but you are doing well in education, why do you need to do it? Today, you can be a good in your merit in education and you still want to become politician because you can do unite and serve. All this thing is happening in India real time. It's not a narrative. It is a truth. And that's why next 25 years is no doubt an opportunity of exponential growth of India. Now let's come to the technology. Why I say so. You see on the left side is the moon mission that landed on the South Pole on 23rd of August. And on the right side is the sun mission, which not got enough publicity. On 7th of January, just now, a few days back, the sun mission, which was launched on 2nd of September last year, after doing a journey of 125 days, has reached at the Lagrangian point L1 between the Earth and Sun. And from there, it will 24/7, because of the gravity balance between the two, like planet and the star, it will remain there continuously observing Sun, which will give us data about what are the sun flares, how they can affect our satellites. This is a project for humanity. This is not a project only for India. This is what is important, that when India is doing initiatives of life mission, of space missions, it is not thinking about only India. It is thinking about humanity that we talked about in the first session about human security. And now coming to AI. Now, this is a very, very important, empowering story of India. 2016, we launched Digital India, we launched Startup India, and we launched Skill India. When these projects were launched, they were thought to be some project for media and pictures and photo gallery, because people thought that if you don't have literacy, what these projects will do. Today, 45% of global digital transactions are taking place in India. 45%. This is more than US and China put together. And this is happening because we have used the technology to convert every application in 22 official languages of India, so that a villager in the south of India can look at his application in its own language and do the bank transfer or pay online. You go to a temple in India, the person who is the seller of some small things will not accept cash. He'll say, just do by mobile, because I don't want to touch cash, thanks to COVID. So this transformation of India has already happened. Digital public infrastructure is the reason why we could do it. There are three parts of it. One, everybody in India today have a biometric ID card. That means nobody can fake the identity, which was the case. Any subsidy that went from government to poor person, 85% was pilfered in between earlier. Today, zero. Everything goes. There was a calculation done by international organization that government of India, after applying this digital public infrastructure, has saved $27 billion worth of corruption money that was going out pilfered. This is a story for Africa to follow, where this is not there. And that's why we are cooperating with them to take this digital public infrastructure there, whichever country is ready to join hand. That's why it is mentioned that to achieve 17 SDGs by 2030, digital public infrastructure, what we call DPI in the language now, is going to be the big contributor. AI for all. AI, artificial intelligence, India's document says responsible AI for all. The two words are most important, responsible and for all. Democratize the opportunity. Don't make it IPR clunked so that only few people have it and then they charge it or take your data and do a threat on data privacy. It has to be responsible AI for all. And that is what is happening. You will not be aware about, just 10 days back or two weeks back, India's ChatGPT has been launched. Kritrim, it's called in Sanskrit, artificial means Kritrim. Kritrim has been launched, but it is not going to be the kind of ChatGPT which you have used. It is already being prototyped for using for drug discovery. It is going to be used for things which are good for humanity. This is called responsible AI for all. And that was also one of the initiatives that we portrayed during the G20 presidency of India. And that was included in the outcome document, which was signed despite a lot of reservations of people saying that given the Russia-Ukraine conflict, it will not be signed. But thanks to the India's leadership and its goodwill with all the countries of G20, we could achieve our G20 outcome document. Responsible AI for all was one of the 83-page document, 83-para document. Okay, the last part. During that G20 presidency, we have also launched some of the initiatives which are very good for planet. Global Biofuel Alliance was one of them. Hydrogen economy was another one, and EV, electric vehicle. So I just wanted to give this broad brush to tell you that we are not in a race to become superpower, because that's rightly said in the previous session. That's not the jargon that we should use, because that's the jargon of ego that takes away the principle of humanity away. We don't want to become superpower. We want to be world is one family and we one member of that family. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this inspired talk. And our next panelist is Mr. Haris Boko, President of EU Business and Senior Fellow once upon a time with the London School of Economics and Political Sciences. He's studied emerging markets, implications on global development. So the title of your presentation, as I suppose, is The Recurring Nature of the Emergence. Is it all right? Something like that? Something like that.
It appears to me that probably the most common word we have all pronounced today was emerge, in this way or another. Second being India. In the way that is somehow referring to Monty Python's struggling to find out the meaning of life, I tried to find out the meaning of emergence. And unlike most of the words we speak in different languages, this term actually doesn't have any kind of origin either in Sanskrit or in Latin, Greek, or was invented by Shakespeare. It somehow came into our vocabulary in early 1800s, following the French Revolution, meaning going up. So this is the word and the meaning which we are somehow tuning and still tuning to our needs and to our expectations. So if you allow me, myself being, having a technical background, by the way, energy and artificial intelligence, what is quite sexy, it seems so, I think that that the graphic, the images make like 1,000 words. So I will show you some graphics concerning the topic that we are addressing now. Before we start, I would like to make one like a small note, small print. So you will see some economic data concerning GDP and PPP. Let me just point out that the calculation of GDP and PPP is very different according to the different principles. Even OECD is engaging different systems to express that. So some data might not follow the usual presentations, but the most important in all the statistics is always to apply same system on the same players. And this what will be seen will address all these addressed nations in the same way. And we can probably discuss that later because that might be interesting. So if I may start with just a tip concerning 1800 and stop it after the now stop it, please. Okay, this is 1800. And this is the world GDP. And I will let you some few seconds to check the nations. So 1800, what's happening? In the European mindset, we have colonized the world. We have starting to use the money, the funds, the resources of the colonies, and we are getting wealthier as we have never been in Europe. But what also happened in 1800 is that China and India are still very, very, very far from the other part of the world, which has already accumulated significant wealth. As a follow-up to...
Sorry, Haris, but it's important. Is this purchasing parity power or is it GDP? Because it says both, it's not the same.
No, GDP can, of course, be calculated in purchasing power parity in different ways. But this is a GDP PPP in a certain way. But until 1800, in every way, it's a fact that in the former 18th centuries, before that, India, particularly India, because the Indian ambassador just mentioned that, was wealthier than all Europe combined. By the way, over the last 20 centuries, in almost 19 centuries out of the last 20 centuries, India was wealthier than all the Europe combined. And I'm just referring that to the term emerging, because we sometimes speak about new powers, new superpowers, new that on this, and forgetting what happened 95% of the time. And this is what is happening. So I will just let this go until the year I talk. So please just check yourself these differences. I won't point out. Thank you. So in addition to what I have previously said, when we were addressing India, let's not forget that Bangladesh and Pakistan are separately addressed here, and they were, of course, originally in addition to India's data. So India is stronger than it's actually presented here. So it's 1870. You know, the Industrial Revolution, whatever, we all know that. But this is actually the time when somehow and slightly we're gonna face the decline of the real two superpowers, being China and India, and the birth of another superpower, being obviously the Americans. So please go on. This is just to wake you up. So 1940, we are facing the World War II, meaning that the military production is at its height. The industrial capacity are working full power. And we can see, I think, very significant changes in addition to what happened previously. We have Germany being really very, very strong. The Americans by far stronger than the countries which were stronger before. But there are also something what I wanted to point out. All the way from the beginning of this presentation, Ukraine was on the slide. Let's not forget it when we are speaking. Ukraine as an independent country has always been among these top global economies. Then in 1940, we also have both Brazil and Argentina. So Latin America is going on, if I can say so. Okay, let's move on. Wow, no sound. Brilliant. Okay, I wanted to stop in 1980 because we are now entering a very important decade for Europe. We have all been already, I'm just checking, most of us have been born at that time. So we are somehow having that experience from our own lives, and we can feel it slightly. But this is also a time when China is re-emerging. So I will now let it go until today and slightly ahead of today, as long as we have more or less credible predictions. Okay. So this is the final slide I wanted to share with you. I am aware that there are some confusion concerning the relations between China and US, but as I mentioned before, the same macroeconomic data have been applied to all the nations here. So it is very fairly referring to the relations between these nations. So I think that this could show to all of us that the life and emergement is a kind of a spinning wheel, that we shouldn't always look at the world from not only from only our position and only with our eyes, but to accommodate to different circumstances, different cultures, different parts of the world. And that is, I think, that should and must be the best possible way to sustain global peace and global understanding. If we really want to understand the others and to not only to understand academically from somewhere else, but to understand really the local circumstances, the local cultures, the local heritage. And only in that way we could try to find the common denominator and try to speak openly and with respect to all other players. And I have just one more image, not a video, which will show the data published this week by economists concerning the global growth rates. And I think that that would be also quite interesting for us, because some parts of the world and certain economies are actually not doing in the way that we might expect them as doing, while the others are. Could you make it full screen, please? Thank you. So these are predictions for the 2024-2025. This is the global perspective, having China at 5, India at 6, Kazakhstan is nearby. Some of the states are around 1, same like Australia, which is in many ways quite aligned with that. South Korea a bit higher. Some of the countries have an extremely high growth just because they find some new oil spot or something like that, like Guyana or something like that. Concerning Europe, and we are in Europe and we are facing the stability of Europe and development of Europe, etc. Most of Europe is around 0 for different reasons. 0 in life should not be a catastrophe. Europe is on a very high level of standard political freedoms, quality of life. So please let us always have in mind that this 0 means that we are going to live comfortably and enjoying many privileges as we have been learned. But even in Europe, we have some spots that they are emerging faster than other spots. Let me probably stress Romania and Bulgaria. What is expected because they were lower than that. But then, this is economists. Look, 2 countries are predicted to have the highest growth. Again, one showcase of a country which was extremely poor just a few decades ago, actually the poorest European country being Ireland, and the other being Croatia. So, being a Croat, being here with you, thank you very much for this short presentation. With very much looking forward to mingling Croatia with other successful European countries. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Looking at this video, it seems that it's very important to lose the war. You see Japan and Germany were doing very well after the war.
It seems. I'm liberal. Božo knows I'm very liberal. But that is what you said, means that sometimes a stick is more of a mean than a carrot.
Now,
we call it in India the law of karma.
It's my privilege now to present our next speaker, His Excellency Mr. Richard Mason Rogers, Ambassador of Australia, who will share with us the Australian view on the changing world order in terms of economy, security, multipolarity, as well as the role of Australia in the shaping of the global architecture. So the floor is yours, Mr. Ambassador.
I'm going to stand also just because we've been sitting. Look, I'll try to keep my my comments brief to sort of keep the program rolling along. But look, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak today. So I arrived here in February last year, and I meet a lot of Croatians, and they sort of say, Australia, it's such a long way away. And yes, there is a significant distance between here and Australia, and yes, it takes a long time to travel the 13,000 kilometres to get to our country, but really in this interconnected world and globalization and technology, that distance is actually much smaller than we should imagine. And when we reflect on sort of these broader interests of ideas of national interest, strategic interests, actually the interests that we have in Australia are very similar to the ones that we have here that Croatia has, and also the EU more broadly. So today I really want to sort of talk a little bit about the Indo-Pacific. We've touched upon it already today, and I guess our perspective on the Indo-Pacific. I mean, it's our patch, it's our corner of the world, and you know that's home for us. The EU itself has already a strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, and it recognises that the future of Europe, as well as the international order, has been forged by developments in that region, and vice versa. It's home to some of the most populous and economically dynamic countries like India, China, Japan, Indonesia. It has over half the world's population, including 58% of its youth. It's increasingly the epicenter of global politics and economics, accounting for 60% of global GDP, and essential to global value chains, international trade and investment. So its economic heft is undeniable, and it's poised to outstrip other areas of the world in coming decades. So great opportunity for trade, investment and shared prosperity. However, it also presents great challenges. And it really, you know, the shadows of great power competition does loom large over the region. And that strategic competition is happening at many levels, economic, diplomatic, strategic and military. And it's all quite interwoven. I just wanted to quote from Australia's 2023 Defence Strategic Review, which talks about the Indo-Pacific. And it notes that a large-scale conventional and non-conventional military build-up without strategic reassurance is contributing to the most challenging circumstances in our region for decades. At the same time, the effects of climate change across the region are amplifying our challenges, while other actions that fall short of kinetic conflict, including economic coercion, are encroaching on the ability of countries to exercise their own agency and decide their own destinies. So the question I pose now is, you know, so how does a country like Australia best respond to that? So my foreign minister recently sort of said, you know, our foreign policy has never really been about, you know, what do we do about great powers? And strategic competition is not really about who's the top dog and who's ahead of the race or who holds the primacy in the Indo-Pacific. For us, it's really about the character of the region, and it's about the rules and the norms that underpin security and prosperity, and that help to manage competition responsibly. So it's countries like Australia and indeed Croatia. So we need this international system that constrains power with rules, standards and laws. And so we are working with our partners and friends to ensure that we can live in a region where sovereignty is respected and that all countries benefit from a strategic equilibrium. That, of course, just doesn't happen organically. It demands effort and especially as some are seeking to rewrite those rules. And can't just be done by one arm of government either. It requires a coordinated diplomatic, economic, and military engagement. And it can't be done by one country alone. So that's why we work with regional organisations like ASEAN and the Pacific Island Forums to work on building prosperity in our region. We also work with engagement with the Quad, which is a diplomatic partnership between India, the United States, Japan, and Australia, to sort of undertake sort of practical initiatives in the region around things around humanitarian assistance, disaster response, maritime security, health security, those sort of things. So just as we have a responsibility to help maintain the conditions for peace through diplomacy and those coordinated actions, we also have a responsibility to play out our part in a collective deterrence of aggression. And this is where I guess we talk about AUKUS, which is mentioned earlier. So AUKUS represents a real evolution of our relationship with the US and the UK, and it helps make Australia a stronger partner for the region. So just last year, Australia and our AUKUS partners announced our pathway to acquire nuclear-powered submarines. I stress nuclear-powered, not nuclear-armed submarines. This will be the biggest investment in our defence capability in our history. And it's the way we see that we can contribute to that strategic equilibrium in the region. So helping to maintain the conditions of peace through diplomacy while playing our part in transparent collective deterrence of aggression. There is a clear desire for peace across the region, and we only ever seek to develop measures of conflict prevention through those existing structures that we have there. And noting the particular interest of the Pugwash Conference on nuclear disarmament and global governance, I just wanted to reflect on that on how we see that in our region as well. Our former Foreign Minister, Gareth Evans, has been a long-time advocate for nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament. And he's said that it's just sheer dumb luck that we have avoided a nuclear attack in the 78 years since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And it's utterly wishful thinking to believe that this luck can continue in perpetuity. There are nearly 13,000 nuclear warheads in existence, with a combined destructive capability of close to 100,000 Nagasaki bombs. And that stockpile is continuing to grow, and it's continuing to grow in the Indo-Pacific. So we're committed to a world without nuclear weapons through things like the Non-Proliferation Treaty on Nuclear Weapons. And we understand that this is a long-term endeavour. It's not going to happen overnight. And as long as nuclear weapons exist, Australia will continue to work with the international community to reduce the use of nuclear weapons. Look, I'll just jump forward a little bit and just sort of say, look, there's a number of, we all face external challenges, and some of these things have been touched upon today. And I think as a country, we're choosing to invest in all elements of our national power, economic, diplomatic, strategic, and military, to help better respond to these challenges. But we're also investing in important relationships, the bilateral, the regional, and the multilateral, because we can't face these global challenges alone. And I'll finish with a quote from my Foreign Minister, so it's always good to give the boss a parting word. And she said, "In a time of great competition, complacency is not an option." Look, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. So I think we are a little bit out of schedule. Yeah, so I would like to thank all of you panelists, and we will...
Just a small...
Oh, yeah, of course.
Can you put the slide again? Excuse me?
Your slide.
Yeah. There is a invitation for an exhibition, which is coming up in Nikola Tesla Museum.
Okay.
So I thought that I'll use this opportunity to show you, and also because it is connected to what you said about education system.
That's great. Yes.
Yeah. I just want to mention this, that
Please take the microphone.
in
Microphone, please.
Was it full screen?
Yeah, just if you can go back. Yeah, this one. Yeah. So in September, I went to SPUD, which is the Zagreb School of Art and Design next to the National Theatre. And I presented to them 5 ideas to the student, young student, 18 years old below, that these 5 ideas try to express your artwork in any of these themes. And I was surprised. In 2 months' time, we received 100 artworks. And the themes are: world is one family, India's transformational space research for humanity, digital technology for enhancing trust and transparency, Nikola Tesla and India connection, and mission life. And can you go to the next slide, please? The next one. Yeah, so these were the 5 themes, and just see what we have received. The next one. These are only very sample. There are only 5, 6 of them, but we received total of 100 entries, and they will be shown from 24th of this month for 1 month in Nikola Tesla Museum. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Did they get a prize?
Would anybody else want to add something, or we can? Well,
yes.
Let's finish this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And we'll immediately continue with our next panel. Mr. Ambassador from Kazakhstan, please join us here. Nice to see you again. Please. We have 3 panelists. We have 3 panelists. One of them is ambassador from Kazakhstan, and he will be here personally, and other 2 are online. So are they? Yes, they are here. Excellent. So the Republic of...
Okay, we will now start with the panel.
Yeah, we will start.
Yes.
So the Republic of... Could you please, via... Как се зове он? So the Republic of Kazakhstan, as you already know, is a strong supporter of the global process of non-proliferation of nuclear weapons and all weapons of mass destruction. The country consolidated its position as the first nation in the history of the mankind to voluntarily abandon the largest arsenal of nuclear weapons in the early 90s. So it's a singular example, and has become a pioneer of international non-proliferation of disarmament diplomacy. So we will now hear from Ambassador of Kazakhstan, Mr. Akilbek Kamaldinov. The current position of Kazakhstan concerning the contemporary conflicts. So the floor is yours, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. How is it working?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. No? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Excellencies, dear friends, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to address such a distinguished audience. Today, important aspects of global security and nuclear disarmament have been discussed. I would like to thank the organizers of this event for providing us with this opportunity and convening this important meeting. Dear colleagues, let me start by saying that today, after decades of globalization, of integration, we now face a situation in which conflicts, geopolitical tension, disruptor markets are deeply eroding global political and economic stability. The essence of the threat comes from the simultaneous erosion of fundamental principles of international law embodied in the Charter of the United Nations. Speaking at the 78th General Assembly of the United Nations, President Tokayev pointed out that all the challenges facing humanity, perhaps the most destructive is the threat of use of nuclear weapons. The ongoing acceleration of nuclear programs in some countries, combined with the persistent terrorist menace, increase the risk of doomsday weapons. Beyond any immediate fatalities and direct damage, even a very limited nuclear confrontation could trigger unprecedented global famine and worldwide climate disruption, resulting in billions of victims. Therefore, it is imperative that mutual trust and cooperation between nuclear armed powers, as well as the implementation and full absorbing of arms control treaties, return to and remain at the top of the international agenda. At the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Kazakhstan's President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev proposed a new initiative entitled World Unity for Just Peace and Harmony. This initiative, which we invite you to join, comprises a new security paradigm, a fair economic environment, and a clean planet, open and equal dialogue based on the United Nations Charter, international law, and mutual respect. It is central pillar. Distinguished participant, let me remind that 30 years ago, Kazakhstan voluntarily renounced the fourth largest inherited nuclear arsenal. The modern history of Kazakhstan has been closely intertwined with the nuclear issue, starting in 1949, when the first test of atomic weapons took place in the Kazakhstan steppe. For over 4 decades, Soviet authorities conducted 456 nuclear tests at the Semipalatin site. The total power was 2,500 times higher than the power of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. You can imagine the scale of that radiation. More than 1.3 million people in Kazakhstan were exposed to radioactive fallout during this atmospheric and underground test. Over the 18,000 square kilometers of contaminated land, roughly equal to the state of New Jersey, remain uninhabitable. Many people still suffer and unfortunately will suffer for the future generation from genetic diseases, cancer, leukemia, which were caused by explosions. Here I would like to thank our Croatian and international partners who voted for the adoption of resolution on international cooperation and coordination of the human, ecological, and economic rehabilitation of Semipalatinsk region. For the 11th time, it was adopted on December 19, 2023 in New York. Thus, nuclear disarmament has become a key part of Kazakh foreign policy, and we will be continuously struggling for a world free of nuclear arsenal. It has become part of our national identity. Today, Kazakhstan stands as a clear example of how a nation can obtain economic prosperity and national security without nuclear weapons, rather than with them. Kazakhstan enjoyed trust from the members of the international community, and since then, it is considered one of the world leaders in advocating for banning nuclear weapons to ensure nuclear safety. Dear friends, Kazakhstan's position on strengthening nuclear disarmament and the non-proliferation regime remains firm, clear, and unchanging. Kazakhstan is a member of all key international treaties in the field of nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation, including the most recent Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW, which represents a new reality and makes nuclear weapons illegal. We took an active part in developing the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons, and Kazakhstan calls on other countries, especially parties to regional nuclear weapon-free zones, to sign and ratify the treaty. This instrument should not create a divide between the nuclear weapon states and the non-nuclear majority of the international community, but should contribute to the establishment of a legal ban on the possession of this type of weapon of mass destruction. In this context, Kazakhstan's presidency of the third meeting of TPNW states parties in 2024 will focus on the following key priorities. First, to enable assistance and remediation to people on territories affected by nuclear testing. Kazakhstan calls for establishment of an international trust fund. We call on our international partners to join us in the practical steps needed to establish the political, legal, and financial framework for this trust fund. Second, as we know, nuclear weapon-free zones at the regional level have provided much stability, as proven by the nuclear weapon-free zone in Central Asia, established in 2006 by Kazakhstan jointly with its regional neighbors. The zone serves as an oasis of peace. Our presidency will convene a joint meeting of nuclear weapons-free zone in Kazakhstan on August 29, 2024, the International Day Against Nuclear Tests. We invite and look forward to the active participation of both TPNW states parties and the members of the representative zones. We also support further expansion of zone in the Middle East, Northeast Asia, and Europe as a prerequisite for global peace. Third, as a chair of the second session of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty Preparatory Committee next year, Kazakhstan intends to encourage closer dialogue and mutual trust between nuclear armed states and treaty for the prohibition of nuclear weapons supporters. Ladies and gentlemen, whether of nuclear disarmament, climate change, on artificial intelligence, or in countless other areas, the decision taken by global leaders over the next few months and years will resonate for decades, if not centuries. As such, every moment of international dialogue takes on a new dimension of importance. As a country deeply affected by nuclear proliferation during those years, Kazakhstan has been at the forefront of global denuclearization efforts. Progress was made in this regard. Yet the fact that we continue to live only seconds away from existential collapse shows that collectively we failed to capitalize on the opportunity afforded by years of peacetime. A strategic plan for the complete renunciation of the nuclear weapons by 2045 could well be the most significant contribution to global security of this generation of leaders. In addition to our efforts on denuclearization, Kazakhstan has been making efforts in several other areas. We have persistently called for the establishment of a UN Biological Security Agency, which can help us prepare for the pandemics of the future. You have been outspoken on global water and food security. We continue to work with our international partners to lay the foundations for the economy of the future by searching for the most effective way of harnessing our significant deposits of uranium, lithium, rare earth metals, and other critical minerals. These efforts can be meaningful and effective, however, only if they are truly internationalized. In conclusion, I would like to thank the organizers once again for the work further promoting a secure world without nuclear arms and being a platform to exchange views in this area, and for giving me the chance to address this respectable audience. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now we are moving to the online presentation. The first online presenter will be Jürgen Schlechter, commander of the Austrian Armed Forces Defense Center. And he joined the Armed Forces in 1988, and among other duties, he was engaged in military missions with IFOR, KFOR, and EUFOR at the Balkans. And Mr. Schlechter will talk about the current security risk with a focus on nuclear threats and how is Europe, and particularly, of course, Austria, dealing with the current security crisis in Europe and Eurasia. So, Mr. Schlechter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me in Croatia?
Yes, we hear you.
Perfect. Okay.
Excellent. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the invitation and the possibility to share with you some views when it comes to the topic of today, nuclear threat. Let me start. I think nuclear threats are inevitable and nowadays even current and noticeable to all of us. If we just look in the war ongoing between Russia and Ukraine, or if you are looking into the crisis in the Gaza Strip, there's almost no week where we do not where we are not informed about the possibility of using nuclear weapons. Is it only a nuclear weapon who are posing a threat? Not really. We have also a challenge by the misuse of civilian radiological materials, be it of testings or be it of normal medical use of radiation material, which can lead into the misuse by terrorists mainly, when we speak about dirty bombs, where you do not have only a bomb with explosives, but also mixed with some radioactive materials. Of course, the main threat is coming from nuclear weaponry, and we have heard it today many times already. And I think if we would use all our nuclear weapons within a war or a wartime scenario, then we would erase the life of our planet more than 50 times. So a horrible vision if we are thinking about that really. And I'm still convinced that these nuclear weapons are a weapon of deterrence. Because every politician, every general, every even dictator, if I may say so, is pretty aware about the outcome of using a nuclear weapon. So I think they will think or rethink twice, even third or fourth time before using such weapons. And the deterrence obviously works because more and more countries are seeking for the possession of nuclear weapons. If you remember our video we have seen 30 minutes ago, when we started having nuclear weapons after or at the end of our Second World War, then it was only 2 nations. Today it's more and more nations who are in the possession of nuclear weapons. And obviously it is is a comfortable idea to possess nuclear weapons in order to deter others of risking your country's safety. And we have, on the other side, we have several treaties of banning nuclear threats somehow. And if we look at them, less are existing. Many of these treaties, which we have been very proud of signing it in the late 80s and at the beginning of the 90s, are still not in place, have been not enlarged. And obviously they are not really working as good as the deterrence of the weapons itself. And hopefully the use of nuclear weapons or even of dirty bombs, of radiological material as a weapon will still remain a taboo, and hopefully for a very long time, but I cannot really assure you that. So what might be the military role within that nuclear game, let's say so? First of all, the military of in those countries where where using nuclear weapons, of course, the military is the key actor of operating and organizing nuclear weapons. Secondly, the military is very often used, and so it is in Austria and in most of the European countries within their CBRN defense forces to prevent and to protect its country and its citizen. So if you're owner or if you're in the possession of nuclear weapons or if you're a nuclear actor, that maybe foster your power within the international concert of or the game of power in our world. On the other hand, possessing and operating nuclear weapons is huge expensively and of course also dangerous for the country who is holding this weapon. We've heard the ambassador of Kazakhstan how much engaged his country is in organizing the remains of all these test facilities. So that's pretty the same challenge when you are in possession of nuclear powers. And the second thing, if you are in the possession of nuclear weapons, is the deterrent thing, but that only works as long as nuclear weapons are not being used. Because if once the taboo is broken, then I think the deterrence philosophy will not really work anymore, because then everybody might use all these nuclear powers. However, the good thing is that early warning actually worldwide is already in place. You cannot even test a nuclear weapon without knowing it. So the International Atomic Energy Agency and the Test Ban Treaty Organization, the international, are able to more or less reconfirm any use of a nuclear weapon or test of a nuclear weapon or in similar installation within 1 hour worldwide. That doesn't help us actually, because Twitter will tell us this in a few seconds or even within a few minutes. But nevertheless, if I just go back and remember the accident of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in 1986, where for days until 1 week, nobody exactly knew what was going on. These times are really over. Within 1 hour, we can reconfirm that such a dramatic nuclear incident has been taken place and actually where. But coming back to the prevention and the protection issues, where I think we should focus on. And within the military, we distinguish between prevent and protect. For today, I would say they are closely linked to each other, and I'm using both of these items in my further presentation. So how can we contribute to prevention and protection. First of all, by investing and engaging in research and development projects. The more and more we can make use of new technologies, of better technologies, to warn, to report, and also actually to decontaminate affected areas, the better we are trained and prepared, and the less deterrent a nuclear weapon at the very end will be. So investing in research and development is always, I think, a good investment. Secondly, have the military as an integral part of your national and international early warning system. We have also heard this in the morning sessions, how important it is that different disciplines are not only solely working in their stovepipe systems, but make your national and even your international early warning systems interoperable. The military can, at least we in Austria, we are contributing at the beginning with our risk assessment. So even before it comes to an actual nuclear threat, like it was when the Ukraine crisis started, we contributed to our government with a risk assessment, explaining to different decision-making bodies from companies up to the government how we consider the risk of using or of the use of a nuclear weapon, up to the potentially risk which can affect Austria. So military does not only have warning and reporting systems, but we also have an advanced dispersion modeling system. So we have, based on the knowledge we have about nuclear weapons which may be used in the Ukraine conflict, we made simulations with that advanced dispersion modeling, and we could easily predict when, after the use of or the impact of an atomic nuclear weapon, when and where exactly on the Austrian border, at which radiation the effects will meet Austria and its population. And the main thing of that should be a real hands-on advice to decision makers, to inform the population, and also to take the necessary steps of sheltering and of protecting civilians. And of course, you could make use of your military as a part of your protection systems. In most of the European countries, it would be a civil protection issue to protect the civilians, which will be done by some forces, by the Ministry of Interior, by fire brigade, by rescue organizations. And most of them are not designed actually and trained for large-scale operations. So it could be very useful also to make use of the military in assisting in all these the necessary protection operations of measuring personnel entering your country, measuring goods and vehicles coming out of affected areas, establish decontamination points where people, vehicles, goods can be decontaminated so that they cannot endanger others, up to the entry of hospitals where the respective medical care is necessary. So, if I was asked about European and Austrian perspectives, within the European Union, we have all these issues more and more dealt by DG ECHO, which are establishing a very close network where the members of the European Union can assist each other and third countries by establishing warehouses, by establishing units which are dedicated also for civilian humanitarian rescue operations. The Austrian military is also taking part in 6 of these teams. And of course, Austria has a very integrated approach to its defense system. So when it comes to defense in Austria, we are not only talking about the military defense by the military as such, but also by an civilian defense part, by an economic defense part. And the military is also integrated into the civilian part of defense, especially the CBRN forces. We are more or less completely integrated into the system. So we are not only waiting for a wartime scenario, but we would also be in operations and in use, like it has already been when a nuclear power plant, like the nuclear power plant in Chernobyl in 1986, had an accident, and it was necessary to protect the Austrian population and the Austrian territory. We are even nowadays, since the start of the Ukraine crisis, part of the national strategy for the release or the accidental release of radiation of nuclear power plants outside Austria. A very dramatic title of such a strategy. However, so if a nuclear power plant like Chernobyl would have an accident again, it is now clearly stated from the strategic level down to us, to the tactical soldiers, what has to be done. We are regularly giving a risk analysis to the government and different ministries, using also our simulation assets. The second thing, which I think is a key success factor, is that we have really to foster civil and military cooperation, meaning that all these organizations have to train as much and as often as they can such scenarios, so that in the case of need, all the different actors they know each other, and they have more or less streamlined their procedures, sometimes even up to the material and the vehicles and the systems which are in use for such scenarios. I think so. Personally, I think I'm still convinced that nuclear threat is based on deterrence and not on making use of it. Hopefully that will be still so, but I don't see really a logical opportunity for using nuclear weapons, whether in the Ukraine nor in the Near East. And secondly, I'm convinced that we cannot have enough Europe also in challenging this kind of threats, because these nuclear radiation clouds, they do not respect any borders. They do not distinguish between civilians, between Austrians or Croatians or Hungarians or Swiss people. They just hear, and we have to protect ourselves against it. So the more we are focusing on cooperation in all these issues, the better we will be prepared and protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schlechter, for your contribution. And now I will ask our last presenter, Mr. Alexander Zidashek from the Joseph Stefan Institute in Ljubljana and fellow of the World Academy of Arts and Sciences. to present his views on technological opportunities, both in energy technologies and in artificial intelligence, which offer possibilities to overcome the dangers and maybe creating a lasting peace for all, and he will connect this both with nuclear security and science as a diplomatic instrument. So, Mr. Zidanšek, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Ambassador, Commander. It was a great pleasure listening to this great example of international cooperation, which kind of provided a reduction in tension and both better protection in the case of any future event that might not be really good. So anyway, as we are talking now, it seemed after World War II that these dangers of war and of nuclear issues have been going down. If we look how dramatically the number of deaths in the wars have declined since World War II, it almost seems like the wars were extinct until the early 2000 and 2009-10, perhaps. If you look at the next picture, this is actually a very good situation, one could say, about 2009, 2010, but then something happened. And what happened was that the number of dead people started to increase and the wars have started to expand. And then in 2 years ago, in 22, you have seen that the situation already became really bad, which means that not only did it become bad, but it's also in the regions where there is a danger of using the nuclear arms. So one part of this response you have already seen in the morning where Gary Jacobs presented what we are doing at World Academy, so I will not repeat that. The second part, we did this at the Club of Rome also 2 years ago, and basically we said in addition to the statement to give peace a chance, we also found a very nice image by a Ukrainian artist where images actually tell more than the words. However, the result was not really good. So this is the result. This is maybe a few months old pictures, and it is actually undervalued. So this came from Wikimedia, and there are actually more countries in the world that are plotted here, and the situation is actually even worse. As you can see, basically from east to west, you have almost all over the world either a war or a regional problem or some other issue, some other conflict that takes thousands of lives, which is really unfortunate. And that means not only nuclear. Yes, there are certain nuclear powers also involved, you see here, but the main issue is actually the lives that are lost due to these unfortunate conflicts. So, and another issue is here, you see this doomsday clock for a bulletin of atomic scientists. It has never been below 2 minutes until 5 years ago. And then it started to decrease. So it was like 100 seconds, then it went to 90 seconds. If they measure accurately, it's probably even less than 90 seconds. Yes, it was, there was once a time when the Russians thought that the Americans are attacking, and then fortunately Stanislav Petrov did not launch the counterattack. And that's how the world actually prevented nuclear war like 40 years ago. But what is happening now is that the situation is obviously deteriorating in the last years, which is not really good. But there are some other examples, which means there are some peaceful countries. Anyway, the last time I showed this this map, there is there are thousands of indexes that are calculated by various institutes or international organizations. And this one shows which country is the most peaceful. And here you can see Scandinavian countries like Vikings. So one good lesson from this is that if you look 1,000 years ago, the Vikings were not really the most peaceful countries in not even in Europe and less even in the world. But now they have become the most peaceful countries, which means that it is possible to transition from the country that is not so peaceful to a more peaceful one. So what are the lessons that we can learn from them? And I would say that the first lesson is to build culture of peace. If you want to eliminate the war, then root causes of war has to be eliminated. Yeah, it's really nice that we know what will happen with like radiation if there is a nuclear weapon detonated, how much time we have, how dangerous it will be for food, for water, for air. But the most important issue is that this doesn't happen, which means that the root causes of war are eliminated. And I know this is a long and difficult process, but it has to be done. And the second issue is, of course, to educate people, because if people are better educated, then the likelihood of a war decreases. And the third one are these technologies. So I was actually announced, I would say a little bit about technologies. The technologies have been improving since World War II, probably more than ever before in human history. Practically every year we have something new. And what happened was that also the risk of wars was going down until about 15 years ago. And then what happens, technologies were still improving, but the risk of war was actually going up, which means technology alone is not enough. So what we can actually count on, about 15 years ago, it was also the beginning of the modern use of artificial intelligence. And that also has to be responsible. And the most important issue, I think, regarding nuclear weapons is that there is no first use. If nobody is using it first, that means that there is no danger about it. And yes, of course, no reasonable person would use it first. And once there is war, Einstein was asked what would be the weapon of the next world war, and he said the fourth world war will be fought by stones and arrows, because the World War III is actually something that should be prevented at all costs. So what we can talk about responsible AI? There are well-known principles, but the question is, how can you prevent those rogue actors from violating these principles? And I'm not only talking about the states that are not behaving well, there are also all sorts of this international, how we call it, or national organizations that are exhibiting in terror that are really dangerous, maybe even more dangerous than countries, because they don't have this fear of retaliation. But what we can do about this artificial intelligence, I mentioned earlier this example of Stanislav Petrov. So I think such examples should actually be modeled by our artificial intelligence systems. Here, this is just an example of how fast these systems have been progressing lately. So this Chat GPT-4 is just one of the systems. There are many more that are similar or maybe even better. And they are really huge. They use huge training, which means a lot of data. And in the recent history, we actually have a lot of such examples where somebody prevented somebody from applying some really bad weapons. We're not talking about only nuclear weapons. There's also chemical weapons. There are biological weapons, viruses we have seen that can be really deadly, even if they come out only by accident. And then other stuff from artificial intelligence, if you cut like communication, if you cut like water pipelines, electricity systems, this can actually be very easily cut. And it's very difficult for them to come back. It was, I think, about 15 years ago also in New York, where part of the state lost power. It was a couple of days before they brought it back, which means that this is huge panic. And if you lose like power for a couple of days or maybe a couple of weeks, then this is a really big danger, which could be relatable also to some other weapons. So this is basically where I would like to kind of address this issue, which means we have better, smarter computers. So this picture actually shows how fast these computers learn. When like 20 years ago, this learning was really slow, like recognition of handwriting or speech. But now this learning is almost instant. I mean, 1 year or even less than 1 year, you can understand language, you can comprehend the reading, and you can also understand those rogue actors who are trying to like use nuclear weapons and figure out better ways to prevent them. It seems almost beyond human capability to prevent those people who might be inclined to using nuclear weapons. But with the help of these artificial intelligence systems, it might be easier to do this prevention. And this is basically my message. So use this artificial intelligence systems, train them with the data of best practices from the recent decades, and figure out the new ways, innovative ways, how to prevent nuclear, but also other wars. And I would return to this Russell Einstein manifesto that nuclear weapons actually threaten the existence of humanity, and therefore the only way out is peaceful settlement of dispute. And this should be kind of reiterated between all major countries in the world. For the end, I would like to thank my late supervisor, Professor Blinsk, who introduced me to this kind of issues, and to our good friend, Professor Ivo Schlaus, who I believe is going to be the next to conclude our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. And now we have closing remarks. I think that Professor Schlaus is a little bit
yes, if I may say.
Sick, yeah, you will say.
Due to small health issues, so Professor Schlaus academician Schlaus was following us from the very beginning, but he kindly asked me to read his final statements for the closing remarks. So I will do it for him right now. For the closing remarks, academician Ivo Schlaus, survive. Now is the most dangerous time in the history of humankind. We have barely 2 decades to stop and reverse the destruction of human capital, biodiversity extinction, climate change producing icebergs melting, increase of ocean levels, change of ocean dynamics, threat to coastal areas and extreme and sudden climate variations, enormous pollution and overusing resources almost twice as fast as Earth generates. Destruction of natural capital leads to destruction of human capital. And we are augmenting it by enormous inequality and treating humans as objects that can be used and discarded. We created a throwaway culture. Though the percentage of extremely poor people decreased from 90% in 1820 to 10% today, still during the last 25 years, more persons died of hunger than the sum of those killed during World War I and World War II. As you read this short essay, hunger and poverty will kill 1,000 children. This economy kills, and since economy is determined by the political system, it is necessary to change our economic and political paradigms. The UN General Assembly formulated on September 25th, 2015, its crucial document, Transform Our World Sustainable Development Goals. Basic pillars of this necessary transformation are empathy, creativity, research, education, curiosity. All these we have successfully used as we progressed from hunter-gatherers to 21st century Homo sapiens. But the obstacles, dangers, and threats were smaller today. In addition, we're facing unexpected technologies, artificial intelligence, robotics, and synthetic biology. Technologies have always benefited humanity. Some have positive and negative effects, from fire and water to drugs, Röntgen, CT, radiopharmaceuticals, and so on. We became capable of building taller buildings and faster cars, but everything was done by us. Emerging technologies opened possibilities of creating something that possibly will overcome us. For example, computer that could develop computers to develop better computers without asking us. We can successfully face all contemporary dangers and threats and benefit from all opportunities if we follow what we have learned from these millennia: empathy, creativity, curiosity, research and education, and eliminate everything that destroys natural and human capital: violence, aggressiveness, greed, and selfishness. During the last 70 years, from Russell Einstein Manifesto, through the Pugwash movement, World Academy of Art and Science, the Club of Rome, and numerous statements of outstanding persons have emphasized, to survive, we have to eliminate wars today and in the future. Yet, there are dozens of wars today. Wars and violence characterize our entire history. Are they part of our nature? No. The Seville Declaration in 1986 and several studies demonstrate that we are not violent and war is not our nature, but our invention. And as we invent it, we can eliminate it when it is no longer useful. This is precisely today. Since World War II, no war accomplished objectives formulated by those who initiated it. On the contrary, in all wars, those who started the war always lost. Their objectives were not fulfilled. Throughout history, wars did accomplish their aims, conquest of territory, getting resources and slaves, getting richer. Not now. Contemporary world is very different from that of centuries ago. We possess weapons of mass destruction, and their use could lead to mutually assured destruction. Conflicts in one area quickly spread everywhere. While Europe was destroying itself in 130-year wars, India and China prospered. Speaking about those in war, Erasmus of Rotterdam said, "The only difference between a common criminal and Caesar is that Caesar killed more persons." Following Erasmus, we have to conclude that those that many national histories elevate as heroes are also criminals. From Genghis Khan, Napoleon, Hitler, and etc. to these days, those who destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Vietnam, Cambodia, Iraq, and Ukraine. Politicians should increase prosperity and welfare of their country and of humankind, not their personal wealth by being re-elected or getting more lucrative positions. Unfortunately, many politicians today do not meet these conditions. Stupidity is one of the characteristics of human beings. Sometimes it could have positive consequences, but particularly relevant in the case of war today is the third law formulated by an economist, M. Cipolla, to harm yourself even more than you cause damage to your opponent. Those who started the war always lost. Their objectives were not fulfilled. Current wars in the Middle East, Ukraine, Russia, Syria, Sahel, Yemen, Sudan, etc., have only losers. Even when we pretend that we are neutral, we are losers. Those initiating wars and engaging in wars are not just criminals, but also unintelligent people, since they satisfy Cipolla's third law of stupidity. Even preparing for war is counterproductive. Bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki resulted in 150 to 200,000 deaths. Nuclear bomb tests were performed from 1945 to 1996. Most of these bombs were 100 to 1,000 times more powerful than those used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Casualties due to nuclear bomb testing are estimated to 600,000. Tests produced more casualties. Preparing for war does not guarantee countries' security or peace. Now is the most dangerous time in the history of humankind. The survival of humankind is at stake, and therefore we, the people, demand immediate cessation of all wars throughout the world. These wars cannot have victors, only losers. These wars are all useless. Second, production, selling, export, and dissemination of any weapons should be immediately stopped everywhere and forever. Complete disarmament is a very high risk, is a very high task, and we should proceed in steps. The first one is the end of weapon export and production. Research and development of new weapons should be under the UN. And third, politicians aimed to selfish interests and not concerned with the welfare of humanity should be eliminated from policy and decision-making. Then we should all be able to achieving our crucial goal, preservation and increase of natural and human capital. Russell Einstein Manifesto emphasizes, remember your humanity and forget the rest. On July 7, 2001, 110 Nobel laureates issued in Oslo a statement concluding, it is time to turn our back to unilateral search for security in which we seek to shelter behind walls. To survive in this world, we must learn to think in a new way. As never before, the future of each depends on the good of all. Ivo Schlaus. So I think that these words are really very powerful, and I think all this today's conference gave us really good food for thought and made us think what are we believing in, what are we doing with our planet, with our countries, with the humanity. And I would like to thank all the participants for being here on the Security, Science and Peace Conference. And yes, Zvonimir, if you want to
see you next year.
Yes, see you next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just one interesting observation, my own observation.
Yeah.
I work.
Wait.